Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 286-290. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 8. Ritska was in a better frame of mind when he woke. Not that it was saying much, it was a low bar to cross at this point. But he woke and turned his head towards the burning on his face, a piercing feeling on his skin. The eyes of Avenger were already upon him by the time he turned. Even then the good mood he had woken with was not easily lost. Apparently even the recollection of their last conversation, still fresh in his mind, was not quite enough to lower his spirits just quite yet. Even if it did, Ritska couldn't let it show. Still a lot left to do and not a lot of time left. That was just how it was for him, more often than not. Few moments of respite and fewer still to complain about them. Sweeping his legs over the bed, he started to stand up as Avenger watched him in silence all the while. Why was he hearing no one else? Parting his eyes from the servant, he glanced about to discover the others were at least still here, but they were similarly resting. Odd as it might have been for the likes of servants to be resting, it was indeed Stolgina slumped against a wall with her eyes closed and the faint sound of snoring emanating from her. He shifted his gaze to a little behind him. At least Shizuko looked comfortable, but it was hard to say with that peaceful face combined with that awful posture. "You're awake. So it seems." Avenger was being unusually gentle with his words, or perhaps he just did not feel like shouting them out today. Turning back to face the servant, he met their dull stare. He turned and strode for the door of the cell, stepping out into the hallway and then going no further than that, still with his back to Ritska even as his curiosity overtook him and he approached. He expected something else in terms of a greeting from Avenger, at least more than this. It was hard to say, but if Ritska had to put his finger on it. "What's bothering you?" A deft look over his shoulder had Avenger's eyes planted on his own, but he didn't do anything else beside that. Not even when Ritska stepped out of the cell and joined him at the shoulder. Barely even a reaction. "So quickly you make an assumption." "An assumption? Not really an assumption," he replied, "you're normally a bit more lively." Closing his eyes, Avenger exhaled. "So accustomed to my nature, are you, that you would notice its absence. I am surprised you would not relish it indeed. Your tone hands the impression that you would rather be without my words at times. Do you long for them?" Long for them? Hardly. But he could at least notice that something was bothering Avenger. "No, but I'm still your master." An answer was a bit slower to come this time. "Temporary." And it felt more like a flimsy excuse for him. "Temporary master is still a master, and while I won't deny that you've got a nasty habit of really nailing me with your words, that doesn't mean I'm going to ignore you when you're troubled." What motivates this response, I wonder? Golden eyes turned on him, lips curled into a crooked smile. Is it some sense of responsibility or guilt? Both, maybe. Managing a shrug and little else, it was all that Ritska could say. No other answer really sprang to mind. Avenger wasn't exactly wrong, but that didn't make him completely right. Are you going to tell me what's wrong, or are we going to pretend that it's nothing? Crossing his arms, he shifted his weight back into the frame of the cell doorway, resting his body on the bars. Whether Avenger admitted it or not, they both knew that he was upset now, so it didn't feel like Avenger would deny him an answer. Not when they had made it rather clear how much he preferred it when people made their thoughts open. Showed off any personal problems and all of that rather unpleasant behavior. It was a long and weary sigh that slipped from Avenger's lips, head turning away from Ritska and casting his gaze down the darkness of the hallways. I have come to know the nature of the bastard. The bastard. Ritska wasn't quite prepared for that response. They who hold the title of the Fourth Lord of Judgment, a vile and repulsive thing whose very presence brings the burning of bile into my throat. So deeply am I revolted that I may just vomit at the sight of them. All right, not what he had expected, but they sounded more like their old self again now. What is the next avatar then? Avenger was quick to provide. The avatar of Wrath. Wrath, was it? Yeah, that definitely fit in here, especially with everything that was going on. Someone of immense anger then. But then why did they anger Avenger so deeply? None of the others had really dragged up this sort of vitriol response of genuine anger. He could see it in Avenger's eyes as he turned back and allowed Ritska to catch a glimpse of their face. There was a deep burning anger in that glare, personal and almost offended. How come you're so mad about them? Avenger's breath was singular and sharp, cutting through like a knife, and then his arms dropped down to his side with such speed that they clapped against his thighs. Standing there and fixed into position, Avenger just glared straight ahead to the wall opposite them as if he was caught unable to answer. Or was just too angry to give a straight answer. Ritska just waited as the seconds ticked past, glancing inside the cell to see if anyone else had been woken up by their conversation, but it didn't look as if that was the case. Everyone else was still fast asleep and he was content with letting them get a bit more rest before they set out. It would probably be very soon. Avenger sounded itching to get this guy, whoever they were. Anger, wrath, fury. Ritska glanced back. Avenger's words were back to that tense quiet tone. These are the emotions of strong feeling, perhaps the strongest, and long since embedded into the nature of man. Perhaps the nature of all things more keenly than other feelings. Avenger looked at him, eyes sharp. Lust is base and instinctive, but those with intellect feel rage. Those with a glimmer of smarts feel anger, so common that one might see it in even lowly beasts. The anger and the fury that can burn so brilliantly in their eyes. Would you ever deny this, Master? Would he? No. It made sense, he'd seen animals get angry before. It was actually pretty easy to tell when animals got angry, but if it was so attached to people, then why was Avenger so annoyed? Whether it is anger trapped in oneself or breathed across the world, it is anger all the same. Scope and scale mean nothing once it is unleashed, for it is little more than the wrath most pure. Okay. Avenger closed his eyes and sighed. Your response is flippant, but you are aware of such an anger, are you not? Ritska felt his lips turn thin. Yeah, I know. He'd felt a wrath that did not belong to him and had no bearing on him, but he felt it all the same. That boiling fury which had coursed through his body like a fire and set aflame to anything in his mind that could have been rational, there was only a singular desire which had existed in that moment. Just one simmering thought that consumed all else. And it was terrifying how easily it had taken control. How easy it was to remember. It wasn't mine, but I felt it, like fire. Fire indeed, Avenger commented, but continued with his own words a moment later. And it is the anger of the righteous that draws a greater audience, would you not say? The stories of revenge against those who have wronged them, where the crowd shall sing the praise of the tragedy that follows. Yeah, he knew what this was leading to. Stories of revenge. Ritska thinned his lips, unfolding his arms. Where the good guy takes revenge on the bad guy for losing their friend or loved one. You see, Avenger chuckled and tilted his head. For an emotion so violent, so destructive, it is just as swiftly made the subject of entertainment as much as it is feared and warned of. Wrath is an emotion all feel, to this there can be no denial, and whether fighting for right or wrong, to have one act against you, is to invite action back upon them in vengeance, is that not the case? He rolled his jaw at their words. Denying them was wrong, because that was not the case. Getting someone back for doing something bad, at least in the moment, would probably feel. Would it feel good? Ritska hadn't really got even like that before. I don't know. Be that as it may, Avenger did not seem to care for his answer. You would not deny it, would you? There is only ignorance in your words, for you have not yet been faced with one who demands your fury. Maybe he had. He couldn't forgive them for it, that was the single thing he knew. What had been done was unforgivable. But whether, when he fought them again, he would do so purely out of revenge was something he didn't know. Even against the King of Mages, Ritska was not entirely sure. It felt like it should have been an easy choice, but there was no easy answer coming to him. Someone would feel that way. He could say that much for certain. And, maybe I would if I was standing in front of them. He just didn't know. Getting revenge never once crossed his mind, but now it wasn't really going to go away. The uncertainty is common, Master, pay it no mind. Was that supposed to be reassuring? Ritska raised a brow but said nothing, Nor did Avenger continue down that line of discussion as his frown deepened, face twisting into utter disdain and disapproval. But you would admit to yourself that there is something, even a small glimmer, that would demand blood be spilled for the wrongs done unto you, that your wrath would be sated with vengeance. Is that not the case? A part of him. Yeah, getting even. It wasn't like that was really a bad thing, was it? It all just depended on how far someone went for it, at least that was what he was thinking. As long as it didn't go overboard or consume the person entirely, then he was sure that it would be alright to at least get even with the people who hurt them or hurt someone they cared about. It was perfectly natural, at least he thought that would be the case. The more he thought about it, the more he found himself confident in his answer. If someone hurt Mash, then he would definitely be angry. Probably why he was still a little distant with Chrysor. As for Ash, well, he didn't pretend to like Guinevere at all and was fairly open, or at least, he thought he was open, with how much he was dubious towards her. He didn't trust her at all and he was clear with it. There were actually a few people who did stuff to him in the past, weren't there? But was he a vengeful person? Probably not in the long term, no. But definitely in the moment he could see himself letting his anger get the better of him. Then you are human, rather, you are accepting of that which is natural. Coming from Avenger, he didn't know how to take that. It made their next words all the more striking. And yet that bastard, the words spilled out like a curse, poison dripping from them, would deny this very aspect. Who would endure pain and betrayal, suffer indignity by those closest to them, those they fought for, and would speak instead of lies and deception. Wah! To dare utter such false promises, to speak of such things as if they had somehow let go of their anger. No, it is impossible and I shall deny their words with every aspect of my being. Ritska was feeling a little lost here. They're doing what? Avenger whirled on him with a glare, their anger is denied. They would instead flout terms such as forgiveness and salvation. As though such things could ever find a home in this hell. As if she could possibly deny something that would be so very natural for a person to feel. I shout this with all my soul, with every ounce of my spirit core, that woman is a fiend. Tell us what you really feel, Ritska thought for a moment. Only a moment, groans and jolts from the cell behind them served as proof that the shouting had woken the others. Not that Avenger seemed apologetic in the slightest. Really, about what he expected then. Turning his eyes away from Avenger and into the cell, Ritska stepped up and looked in as everyone roused themselves. Some far more lively than others. Wah! Stolgina blurted out, with flapping arms and a rather startled expression. She was on her feet before her mind seemed to catch up with what she was doing. Especially as she was halfway up to reaching for her axe while swinging her head about in every single direction. Hey, whoa! Arms raised, he quickly stepped up and waved her down before she could do something like start swinging. It was probably a good thing he didn't try and wake her up personally. Or on purpose. Stolgina was facing him quick as a flash, eyes wide as she hurried out with, I was just resting my eyes. What was this strange sense of déjà vu? Okay. Raising a brow, he set aside that curious feeling for a moment and lowered his hands down to his side. Well, that aside, good that you're back up. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't. All right, I believe you. I can definitely see that you don't. You're smirking. He wasn't going to win here, was he? Now that we are all rested and recuperated. You're just going to act like nothing happened now. Avenger was telling me about the fourth Lord of Judgment that we're going to have to fight. Thankfully, that managed to get the not director to calm down just a bit, but it was only for a moment. Her face quickly whipped up in something like indignation or shock as she blurted out, you mean to tell me I slept through an important briefing? It happens to everyone. He kept his best smile on his face as he said that too. Then again, he was reminded of a certain first meeting. Face flushing bright red, at least it confirmed that Stolgina remembered that much as well, or confirmed that she did know what he was talking about. What are you even doing awake without me knowing about it? Thrusting a finger, she raised her voice rather loud. You should be asleep and resting. Ritska shrugged. I just woke up. How long were you? He rested long enough. Avenger's blunt tone brought a curtness back to the discussion. As well he should do, else he remains here until his soul is torn asunder by the shadows of this dark place. How urgent is the matter now? Mercedes asked, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. I have not been keeping track of the days. There was no need for her to sound so ashamed about that, it wasn't her responsibility. Neither have I. Ritska admitted with a shake of the head, but that wasn't to say he didn't have a couple guesses as to what the cause of it was. 4. And there they had it. It's been 4 days or I have 4 days. Quote. You're just going to leave me guessing, huh? Naturally. Avenger gave a rather wide smile, one lacking in warmth or kindness. His usual smile. I shall merely remind you only of the urgency of your plight and little else, how you spend your time is your own business. So long as you have the will to push forwards, I shall support you until the very end. Yet just as quickly as he said that, the smile vanished. Though tell me if the time should arise when you lack the urge to continue onwards, I shall do you a mercy and kill you. Ritska rolled his eyes, how generous of you. Quite. Avenger replied quickly, for you do not understand the kindness that a swift death would be in this place. Oddly enough, Ritska was quite sure that he could imagine that a quick death might well be preferable to whatever else would await him in this prison. Though the warning of Avenger was still received, but he doubted that he would lose heart. Arms crossed, he looked the servant in the eye. I've come this far, haven't I? They didn't reply at first, just stared at him in silence. Yes. Humming out an answer, Avenger turned and backed away. I suppose you have. The Fourth Lord. Stolgina cut in rather abruptly, stepping right up towards them as well and with her hands firmly planted on her hips. Yet Ritska did not fail to notice how she had moved forwards a little past him so that there was a small wedge of her body between himself and Avenger. If he could notice it, then he was sure that Avenger could notice it as well, yet they seemed rather unbothered at the blatant lack of trust. To be honest, Ritska was a little relieved by it as well. At the same time, he was growing more accustomed to Avenger as the hours went by. Well, days now at this point, but perhaps that was just to be expected from spending so much time with a certain number of people. Was this Stockholm Syndrome? Terrifying. Tell us of them. Avenger scoffed, there is nothing worth telling beyond their character. A fiend and liar, they would denounce hatred and speak only of false salvation. A truly sickening state of affairs. False salva, what on earth are you babbling about? Quickly turning on him, Stolgina raised a brow expectantly. Avenger has his problems with them. It was all that Ritska could say at the moment. So nothing that we can use. Merely a loud rant that he dislikes this character and finds their personality to be atrocious. Though I would hardly consider any form of praise this man would hurl out to be ringing endorsement for a character. He wouldn't go that far. Avenger has reason enough to hate them. Ritska replied, arms unfolding as he stepped around Stolgina and face to face with them. But whether he hates them or not, we're still going to have to fight them, so I suppose at least we can say that Avenger is going to be motivated to win this fight, aren't you? An easy assumption to make, one confirmed with the howling laughter that soon followed. Indeed. Kuahahaha. That is so very true, my master. Yes, in this battle my flames shall burn their brightest and you may command me as you see fit. Suddenly they were right in his face, almost nose to nose, and with a toothy grin and bright burning eyes. Nay, I would demand that you do all within your power to set me loose upon this wretch. It would be my greatest honor to tear her and her false salvation apart with my bare hands and hurl its broken remains upon the fires of vengeance that she would so foolishly reject. A simple yes would have sufficed. MMMMH. Instead, Ritska nodded his head very slowly up and down, then glanced to the left and met the eyes of Stolgina. Yep, she looked about as weirded out by all of this as he expected her to be. Right then, eyes landing on the others, he dropped his hands to his hips and smiled. We're about to be on the move once again. Or so he would have imagined, but he immediately took notice of the fact that Mercedes looked more than a little unsure. The way she was fidgeting and glancing around made it apparent something was bothering her. What's wrong? Wincing, she looked down at her hands. Is it really alright to keep bringing me along? I feel as though I'm getting in the way sometimes. The alternative is leaving you here by yourselves. Something he was even less comfortable with. Don't worry about it. Waving his hand, he nodded his head towards Stolgina. You're not in the way and I wouldn't keep bringing you along if I wasn't sure that it would be fine. Briefly pausing, he folded his arms. Well, fine for you at least. He was the one they would be aiming at, after all. If something were to happen to them while he was out fighting in one of the halls of judgment, then he wasn't rightly sure he could forgive himself. Stolgina certainly wouldn't agree to remain behind to guard them, and even he wasn't quite comfortable with abandoning the servant advantage he'd managed to secure. His eyes flicked towards Shizuko. His shoulder itched with the memory of what she had done, which confirmed what he had already suspected. She was a servant and she was quite powerful as well, at least to hand out swift healing as she had done without even a contract with him. Or, at least, he didn't think they had a contract. Reaching out, the winged girl placed a delicate hand on Mercedes and gave it a small grip of comfort, or so he assumed. The girl pulled herself closer and all but flopped over the larger woman and remained there, folded over her shoulders as if waiting to be picked up. That being said, if you don't want to come, then you don't have to. He remarked, arms folded. Forcing her into danger repeatedly when she was downright terrified would be rather cruel of him to do, and just as much as it was keeping her in his line of sight and safe, the same was also true that she would need to be kept in his line of sight to assure himself that she was safe. Which could end up distracting him and costing something a little worse than a sore shoulder in the future. Head turning, Shizuko flashed a confident smile and nodded her head once. Ritsuka raised a brow, and uncrossed his arms. You want to remain behind to protect her. Another nod of the head, this one without a smile and more determined. What? Stolgina sounded shocked. Preposterous, even if you have some impressive abilities for healing, the types of individuals who wander these halls are. Sir. Ritsuka cut her short. She turned on him and opened her mouth to perhaps protest. He beat her to it. If she is confident, then I'm going to have some faith in her. I'm sure she wouldn't have offered if she wasn't sure that it would be fine, right? Shizuko nodded her head once again. Mercedes fidgeted some more and opened her mouth. It is your choice, Ritsuka pointed out, but a choice I would advise be made quickly, Avenger commented from behind, else we shall depart without ever knowing and merely forcing the decision upon you. He sounded rather restless, or perhaps eager would have been better given these circumstances. Avenger must have really wanted to get to this avatar of wrath as soon as possible. Fact of the matter was that Ritsuka half expected to turn around and see them bouncing up and down on the spot, preparing to tear down the hallways and charge right into the thick of battle once again before he even got a chance to say anything. It did make him a little curious though, as to what sort of person would earn Avenger's hatred like this. Mercedes wet her lips, then dropped her head. I'll be here waiting for your return. Ritsuka nodded his head, we won't be gone too long. I look forwards to seeing you both when we come back. Turning out into the hallway, he offered one final message. Keep your heads down and see you soon, alright. Mercedes looked back up, a small but genuine smile on her lips despite the uncertainty in her eyes. Of course, see you soon. She looked a little guilty. He'd talk once they got back. Hey, she perked up as he called out to her. I'll tell you both about the time the director turned into a music idol when we get MMMGFGF. A hand clamped down over his face and started to drag him backwards, words tapering off into a muffled laugh as Stolgina yanked him away and started to walk. Time is of the essence. She barked with a strained tone of voice. It was only because he couldn't turn his head that he didn't see her blushing face, or so he assumed. But he could very easily hear it. Best be off. As he was pulled along, he briefly caught the eyes of Avenger and the bemused expression on the face of the servant. Ritsuka just shrugged. If Avenger was so interested, he could tell them about it too. Levity was fine. Levity meant that the morale of the staff was intact and could be maintained. Even in dire situations such as this, she could understand the importance of keeping up the morale of her staff and ensuring they did not quite succumb to panic. She knew that, Rather, it was basically the first thing she had learned when she took over as director. Though it had never quite come easily to her, and she would readily admit that. Or at least she would admit it in private where no one would ever have to see that, because talking about the inadequacy of your own tenure was a bad thing to do in front of the people who worked under you. No one wanted to listen to the fact their boss was feeling miserable, because then they would have no reason to be anything but miserable as well. Cause and effect. So her worries and her problems were hers alone. Sitting there with her arms folded and her legs crossed over one another, she drummed her fingers up and down while others in the room walked back and forth. Long since after the night had come around, she and Mash were still in the room. Along with the entourage which had come to be expected. Quite frankly, she was still bewildered at the number of servants who actively refused to leave the side of Ritsuka. The berserker Kiyohime was expected, and the presence of Ash spoke for itself. Mash was similarly normal. But it felt as though the entire roster of Chaldea's servants with few exceptions had walked through that door and waved their own hellos and offered good luck before turning back and walking right back out as if there was nothing amiss. It was frustrating to her. Yes, she could be glad that they felt confident. But the difference was that she was maintaining her own skepticism of the situation. Which she felt was justified. This was the king of mages himself which had done something. Whatever confidence Olga had in Ritsuka, after all his success, all he had achieved, this was the one thing that she could not just write off so easily. But he was her subordinate. And as director, she would do everything that was possibly within her power to get him out of that coma and back to walking around so he could endure the lecture she had prepared him for worrying her like that. Their resources in Chaldea were so very scant, and that included master candidates. No, even without all of that. Olga looked to him and thinned her lips. Even without all of that, without the incineration and the loss of a majority of her staff. It was unacceptable for her to lose even a single person if it could be avoided. That was what her status as director would represent. Whether anyone ever acknowledged her hard work or not, and she truly wished that they actually would do so, even now, it was all about maintaining Chaldea. Keeping the ideal alive and well. How could she claim to represent the future of humanity if she did not try to keep the humans under her command alive? Preposterous. Something touched her cheek, turning into it and feeling it press further into her face. Her eyes dropped down to the gloved finger and she felt her surprise fade away, rolling her eyes at the antics of the person and glancing back. When did you get here? Just now. Marie replied with a giggle. Were you so lost in thought that you didn't hear me come in? She said that as if she was making a joke. I was considering my options. Ah, that's good. Marie set herself down and then reached out with something. Olga glanced down at the steaming hot drink that was suddenly held in front of her face. The initial belief that it might have been coffee, she was sure that the stuff Romani was drinking was addictive, were dismissed when she took a quick sniff and was welcomed by the aroma of sweetness. Also, the melting marshmallows on the surface and the dash of cream was rather plain. Since she had gone through the trouble of bringing it to her, it would be rude if she didn't at least take a sip of it. And she was a little thirsty. Yet there was something else. What about you? Olga asked as she took the mug and glanced at the queen. Marie let out a small sigh. I suppose I shall just do without, unless. What was with that coy smirk she was shooting her? It looked mischievous, plotting even. And why did it feel like she was still hiding something behind her back even now? This servant. Olga squinted at her, trying to discern what it was that she could possibly be after. Yet there were few things she could think of that would make sense, though the first option that sprang to her mind was both absurd and highly inappropriate. So she assumed it was the correct one. Did you bring this here so we could share? Oh. Marie clapped her hands, eyes bright and smile wide. Since you're offering. Actually, she hadn't offered. Yet she watched as the writer produced 2 straws and then handed her one, smile never once dimming as she put the other into the mug still in her hands. Brushing hair back behind her ear, the queen leaned forwards and took a slow sip. Then her eyes flicked up. And winked. You are a menace. That was simply all that she could say to that rather terrifying display. A true and proper menace. And she meant every word of it. Marie clearly did not understand the sheer depths of her terrifying actions because she just held a hand in front of her mouth and giggled like some sort of schoolgirl. Come on now. I've heard that sweet drinks taste even sweeter when shared with friends. Olga mumbled under her breath as she pulled the mug closer to herself. Who have you been speaking to that has been sharing such rubbish? She is correct. It tastes even better when shared between lovers. Ah, yes. Because the words of a literal berserker should be taken as sane and logical. Olga cast a dull look towards the smiling Kiyohime before she sighed and shook her head. She got the feeling that if she didn't at least get some of the hot chocolate, then Marie would just drink it all right out of her hands. Which defeated the purpose of having it brought to her in the first place. TCH. At least the servants here were hardly going to go around and gossip about it. She could easily threaten Romani into silence as well. Dumping her provided straw into the mug, she took a long sip and leaned back, rolling her jaw from side to side as she sampled the flavor. All right, it was decent. Stop smiling at me. It's distracting. Was I smiling? Yes. How can you tell if you're not looking? I can feel it. That was perhaps the most absurd part about it. She was certain this was something to do with their status as a monarch or some manner of hidden personal skill. Being able to carry across the literal sensation of having someone smile at them was just too absurd to be anything more than a servant power. Truly, it was vexing. Olga took another sip. Suddenly her personal space was crowed once again as Marie's head shot forwards and her lips found her own straw. Lasting no more than a second before the two of them pulled away at the same time. What are you trying to pull here? Marie could be overly aggressive with her displays of affection at times, but this went beyond trying to give someone a kiss in the corridor. She'd heard about what happened to Fujimaru on Valentine's Day as well from a loose-lipped Sigward. With a sigh, Marie raised her hands in surrender. I suppose I cannot get anything past you. What was up with that exaggerated tone of defeat? She was being serious here. Marie began again. Fact of the matter is that I have been rather worried about you. What? Oh, right. I am fine. Olga responded rather dully, then paused for a moment and endured the dubious stare of the queen. Where did this woman get off acting like she could see through her so easily? I am in better health than Fujimaru, at least. She muttered back, shuffling in her seat ever so slightly and glancing back the way of the young man. He and Mash, it seemed, were the ones badly affected by this. There was so much more than they could lose here if Fujimaru were to never wake up, but she was keeping her thoughts as positive as she could manage. In the whole plethora of servants they had at their disposal, she was certain that one of them had to be somewhat useful in this matter. It was merely a matter of patience. He'll be fine. Marie let out a small giggle, then proceeded to poke her once again. What? You didn't look like you believed me. She didn't. What? Of course he's going to be fine. Raising her voice, she brushed aside the hand which still hovered dangerously closing to poking her again. With how stubborn he is and how absurd his luck has proven, he'll walk out of this and somehow have managed to pick up another stray while he was at it. Yes, that was just the sort of frustrating person Ritsuka Fujimaru was. He'd end up getting in trouble. The sort of trouble while had her pulling out her hair in worry, and then he would walk right back out of it with a smile on his face, having somehow managed to find a way to pick up another servant who was of dubious trustworthiness. That was just how it went. It's merely. She fell silent, jaw clenched and head turned. Olga glanced down as Marie's hand found her knee. It did nothing more than sit there in a manner almost comforting. Really, she was just too tired to shake it off. I would rather have him back sooner, as opposed to later. Marie continued to stare. What was with that look she was giving her? He's a valued subordinate and has done adequate work thus far. More staring. Olga grit her teeth and sharply turned her head away. We have precious few staff left and they are all valuable to me. Even now, she could feel the staring at the side of her head. Fine. Olga sighed and rolled her eyes. If she was so intent on hearing it, then she could humor the writer just so long as they would not bring up the topic again. I have grown accustomed to his personality being present. Marie was smiling, looking on the verge of laughter. Heat rose up through her cheeks, as well as indignation, as she was struck with the rather awful impression that she was being laughed at. It's all right, I've grown accustomed to his personality as well. TCH. She pulled away just a little and turned her head. Ash was staring at her from across the room. What? Ritska serves you, he said rather suddenly and seemingly from nowhere. And you care for those who serve you. Turning his head, he closed his eyes. You will do all you can for him. I trust that. Well, that was. Oh, of course I will. Puffing out her chest, she looked right across the room towards him. Who do you take me? Will you stop drinking that? Marie had gone for another sip. Olga swiped the mug away before she could manage it. What was the point in bringing it here and sharing if you're going to try and take it all for yourself? All Marie did was give her that unapologetic smile and shrug her shoulders. Always a different path and always the same doors. Ritska stepped forwards and started to push. Except he was a little surprised when a shadow came up beside him, barely able to turn before Avenger laid his hands on the door next to him and started to push as well. Perhaps he was not so surprised when Avenger had been making it clear his thoughts regarding the Avatar of Wrath. The two of them pushed forwards, doors parting with a long and echoing rumble of metal as the gap opened wider and wider. A small grunt escaped him as Stolgina muscled in beside him and right into the center. Her own hands found the gap and widened it considerably with a great huff and force of effort from her. Of all the doors, these had been the easiest to open. And he was not quite so sure it was solely down to the efforts of Avenger and Stolgina. The doors felt as if they were getting easier to open. Eyes raised, Ritska paced into the room and then stopped the second he caught sight of the man in polished bright silver armor stood in the center of the room. Not like he had many conversations with this man, but he still recognized them. Giles de Rais. As a saber rather than a caster, the less mad of the two he had come to find, but he was still surprised to see them here. Ah, but if Giles was here then that meant. Wait. Something didn't quite add up here. Avenger had been ranting on about a woman for the most part and now Ritska stood here staring almost certainly at a man. Unless he had somehow managed to get something tragically wrong, and he doubted that very much, then there was some sort of mistake happening here. Indeed. Voice raised, Giles tightened his hold on the hilt of his sheathed sword. You stand before Marshal Giles de Rais, and I have long been expecting you, Fiend of Shadow. The words were clearly directed towards Avenger. HMPH. Who merely scoffed and stepped forwards, body twitching as if violently holding itself back from lunging forwards. I did not come here to trade banter with a mere guard dog. Step aside and let the holder your leash step forth. Such a thing would be beneath her. Giles answered swiftly, eyes narrowing, and the faint grinding of steel signaled the slow removal of the sword from its sheath. And I shall not hear you speak so lowly of her with that tongue of yours. I know of what it is a creature such as yourself would wish for her, and I shall not see her wounded in the pursuit of wasted kindness. There was a deep unsettling feeling forming in his chest. Ritska knew of only one person who would inspire such words from Giles. From either Giles. His eyes slipped past the night as he glowered at Avenger, over the shoulder of the man and into the darkness behind them. Though it did not remain dark for long as a pale trickle of light seeped through and a shape stepped out of the shadows. No, not her as well. Jeanne d'Arc strode into the light, banner unraveling in a wind that could be neither seen nor felt. Step aside, Giles. I would have words with this one. Avenger barked a laugh. You have heard her, dog. Remove yourself and let myself and your mistress settle this matter. Yet there shall be no mercy delivered by my hand this day, false saint. You shall instead be met with the flames of righteous. What the hell are you talking about? Ritska stepped in front of them, or rather between them, and batted down the flaming arm with little regard for himself. Avatar of Wrath. Her. It was absolutely absurd. He whipped around and stared at Jean. Even if she was not the one of Chaldea, even if he could know that to be true, he knew one other thing. That mess in France was precisely because there was no anger in Jean over what happened. It was why Giles there had made one for himself who carried out his plan. You're upset because she won't fly into a fit of rage. Because it is natural. Avenger roared, a hand found his collar and shunted him aside. To fight for your kin, your country, and to have them turn their blades on you after having won victory after victory. To have your brothers and sisters in arms hurl you to your enemies. Shackled and chained. To have them be the ones who sent you down the path to be embraced by the flames. Spitting his words with fury, Avenger was right in his face and roaring every word. Ritska held his ground though. And with that, Avenger whipped around and pointed right towards Jean. I denounce this false enlightenment she claims to have. There is no soul who could ever forgive such deep and cutting wounds lashed upon it. Every word she utters of salvation is a lie. That light she wields is born of self-righteousness. If she were an honest person she would wield her anger for all to see. Rejecting those who had cast her down. And I cannot be what you claim me to be. Jean did not raise her voice. Rather, there was no need to. Her casual tone plunged the room into silence. Neither you nor the Giles who sought to burn France could make me become what you believe I should be. I am only what I have always been. I hold no anger in my heart for my country, nor for the people who betrayed me. With a deep breath, she laid her free hand upon her heart. From the moment I first started fighting, I knew my path would be an ugly one. There would be no peaceful end for me and I accepted it. When my time came, I knew I had done all that there was to do. Do you see, Master? Avenger growled, teeth bared. Do you see how even now she would utter such words? Such awful words as if she would cast off anger as dirty. Denying something so key to a person as if it were filth. There can truly be no more a sinner than one who would deny themselves their earned rage. Giles tore his sword free and thrust it to Avenger, pointing from across the room. Or perhaps you are the blind man who cannot understand the strength of the Holy Maiden. She is truly one without peer. To hear you slander her with your every breath, this young girl who took up arms for her home, and to hear you demand what she should be in death. You understand nothing of her. Nothing at all. The same can be said for you, Bluebeard. Giles flinched violently. Yes, I know well what it is that you did in your grief. Chuckling, Avenger's lips twisted. What is it that makes you raise your voice so loudly? Are you horrified at the notion your pure maiden might hold a darkness as twisted as yours when acting for revenge? We are, not the same, she and I. Giles took in a deep breath and lowered his sword, hand clenched into a fist. I know the monster I am, and it is for that reason that I know she cannot be what you claim. There could never be someone with a darkness such as mine who could have earned my loyalty as she did. This was, Giles, enough, please. Jean had stepped forwards and dropped a hand on the shoulder of the saber, pulling him backwards and moving to the forefront. Her eyes did not part from Avenger, nor did his gaze tear away from her. Ritska could feel the crackle in the air as the tension rose dramatically. Avenger, warning seeped into his tone as he moved forwards. Of all the servants they had encountered so far, she seemed to be the one most reasonable. Given she hadn't tried anything yet. But it was Jean. I made clear my desire before coming here, Master. Avenger gave a cold retort, glaring down out the corner of his eye. Beyond my personal role, you cannot advance so long as she draws breath. It is the order of this place. And who decides that? Stolgina snapped. Having listened to you to charge off and fight clearly hostile servants is one thing, but she is an associate of Chaldea. Whether this version of her recalls it or not, she is a member of the ruler class. They are mediators, not brutes. She was right. It was hard to picture Jean as he knew her doing anything like this. Rather, he wanted to know why she would even be here in the first place. She was interested in Avenger. Why? Master. Avenger whirled to him, but Ritska had his eyes on the ruler at this point and stepped forwards. He needed an answer. You're not here for me, are you? Jean glanced at him, her eyes soft. You are perceptive indeed, Master of Chaldea, and truly, I do not know what this place is. Her tone shifted, her eyes swept around the chamber briefly with a clear sign of aversion to her very surroundings before they dropped back to himself and to Avenger. But I know enough to understand that it is a foul place, cut off from light itself where only those who suffer reside. I imagine this is indeed what many would call hell, and I am loath that I cannot correct them. Loath indeed. Avenger spat. You journey to this place of damnation on no more than a mere whim and reject what it would demand of you. Your very presence here is an insult to those who are honest about their desires. Stolgina growled. You would draw us into violence over a mere grudge. That she does not conform to what you decide is right. Of all the fights, this has to be the most pointless, and I, for one, shall not stand for this. With a stomp of her foot, she turned towards him. Fujimaru. We're leaving. I am unsure what would be wise for you. Jean spoke up before Stolgina could manage so much as a single step. And I do not know what would become of you if you were to leave. I am unsure about many things at this time, but perhaps once I vanish then you will have fulfilled some criteria to advance. I cannot say for certain. Neither could he. Speculation on all sides, it seemed. Yet Jean looked increasingly uneasy, lips pulled tight as she closed her eyes and shook her head from side to side. Regardless, I am here for Avenger and for him alone at this time. That is the sole reason I have come here. For salvation I would sooner spit upon. There was true disgust in Avenger's tone and his face, as if he had stepped in something foul and seen it on the underside of his shoe. The desire for salvation does not affect its necessity. Jean retorted without so much as a second of hesitation. I am here to save your soul, Avenger. Rob me of my anger. Avenger thudded a fist into his chest. Steal from my very being that which is as integral to me as warmth to the sun. Or the blue to the ocean. What you would call salvation is the denial of my very person. I shall not forget. Will not forget. Forget. Ritsuka narrowed his eyes and glanced at Avenger. Was this about? He took in a breath and straightened up as he felt as though he was putting pieces together. A very unpleasant picture. What nonsense are you? Stolgina scoffed, but he cut in before she could finish. What do you mean when you say you'd save him? Because from the sounds of things, Avenger acted as if this was the worst thing in the world. Jean drew in a sharp breath. He is a class of servant that should not exist. Those who are so drowned in anger and rage that it has become an aspect of themselves. Avenger's anger it runs so deeply that he cannot be anything but. To allow a soul to remain trapped in that form is unacceptable. She stepped forwards, rolling her jaw. And I cannot allow him to remain this way. An extra class that felt nothing but anger. But, if all the evidence that is left of them is this anger, then is that wrong? What if when the anger is gone and the spirit is destroyed, what if no one is left to remember they even existed? It is as though they were never there. Does that make this wrong? The words of Ash resounded in his head at that. Ash was an Avenger as well. Did he place such a value on their anger because? Ritsuka closed his eyes and drew in a breath. Damn it all. His eyes opened up. I don't know if that's any good for him or not. Ritsuka started speaking, and quite frankly, he really didn't know. All I know is that he's against it. Maybe that was all he needed to know. And though it is a temporary contract, I am his master. Taking a step back, he assumed a position behind Avenger and clenched his right hand into a fist, shifting it just enough to show off his command seals. So long as he stands with his anger and refuses to accept something different, then I am going to work with him. Jean's expression was, maybe he could have lived with disappointment, but this was just resignation. Of course, as a master, it is right that you should support your servant even if they are to act unreasonably. Just as it would be expected for a servant to obey their master. Whether there are exceptions to this is not my concern for the moment. All I can say is that I shall not give up in my quest to save his soul. Her shoulders squared, and her arm lowered down. If you should stand in my way, Master of Chaldea, then I shall have to go through you in order to do so, though I would very much wish that is not the case. Yeah, Ritsuka sighed. Me too. Fujimaru. Stolgina hissed as she came up beside him, this is beyond reckless. He knew that. Yeah, I know. Turning and looking up at her, he offered a half smile. But I'm his master and he's my servant. If this is what he wants, then I'm going to do my best to support him. He could not force Avenger to relinquish something so important to him. Not as long as he was contracted to them. That was not Ritska's role to decide what the right and wrong way of living was. Not for a person like that. He couldn't change them because he didn't like them, it would be arrogant beyond words. Even Avenger looked briefly stricken with surprise at this, a sharp turn of the head and raised brows. You would side with me, master. Ritska huffed. Don't act so shocked. I am your master, as you just said. He stepped up and beside them. We made a contract with one another. We did indeed. Avenger muttered, turning his head. I shall not hold back my blows. I know. I shall fight to kill this woman. Yeah. Can you accept what I am about to do here, master? Truly. Would you side with my shadows and flames over her light of salvation? Ritska wet his lips. Don't be so poetic about it, Avenger. We've come this far together. Ha ha. Throwing back his head, the servant unleashed perhaps his loudest and most joyous laugh yet. The fact it lasted so long has his head ringing. God, he felt as if his heart was about to explode out of his chest with how fast it was beating. Was he nervous here? Was he terrified? Yes. He knew what this fight would end with. Perhaps he knew from the moment Jean stepped forwards and revealed herself. A part of him had to have known what was going to happen. Could he accept siding with someone like Avenger over Jean? He didn't know, he'd have to wait until after this was all done. But once again, he made his choice. Yes, this was his choice. You ready, Avenger? Across from them, Giles stepped forth as soon as Ritska posed the question. Step back, Jean. This a soul that cannot be saved. I do not believe that to be the case, Giles. Jean clenched her jaw, leveling her banner forwards. Know this, Avenger. I shall not rest until I see to it that your soul is cleansed of the darkness which has chased you even after death. By my name of Jeanne d'Arc. I swear that you shall know peace. Avenger let out a hollow snort. Peace. There can never be peace for those such as myself. There is only quiet. I am not the soul who knew peace, I am the soul left behind in this cold and dark place. That which was cut off so very long ago, your quest was doomed before you even stepped foot here, Saint. His hands were set ablaze. I stand at the ready, as always, master. Avenger wore the widest smile possible. Ritska turned his head just enough to spy over his shoulder. Stolgina looked on with an uneasy expression, her eyes boring into his own. Fujimaru. There was nothing else she said, his name trailed off and she closed her eyes. You don't have to. No. Her eyes snapped open and she stepped forwards, wielding the axe and shield in her hands as she came up beside him. As your superior, I shall entrust this choice to you and stand by this action. Even should I disagree with it, you have my support in this matter. He did not want her to sound so against it. But that was fine. Thank you for helping me. What sort of knight would abandon their squire? Ritska turned and met the eyes of Jean. Sorry it's come to this. Before they even began, he needed to get it across. Jean only smiled at him, almost forgiving. But are you sorry for supporting your ally? No. She nodded her head. Then I shall accept it as a necessity. Here we come, Master of Chaldea. And like that. They were off. Creatures block his path. Mere wraiths. They are gone in moments. Bugs to him. Less than that. Echoes of the past that should stay as mere echoes. But he is closer now. So much closer. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, Ix. She thrust down, planting her standard in solid stone. Her hands came up, catching the fist of burning fury before it could land. A blur and she caught the other. Avenger glared hatefully into her eyes. So she spat in his. Reeling backwards from surprise and alarm, she followed up with a punch to the throat which had him choke. Her next blow passed through nothing but air. Avenger evaded through the strength of his master. Jean could see him reappear in the corner of her eye, snapping up her guard just as his fist crashed into her raised arms. She stumbled from the force of the blow as the next punch came not even an instant later. falling backwards as strike after strike rained down upon her. Avenger was in a frenzy. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was twisted, mocking and joyous both. She ducked, felt knuckles glancing over her scalp, then swung down and hammered a blow into his knee. A grunt met her ears as she rose back up and swung an uppercut into raised arms, knocking his guard open and chasing him down. Or would have done. Her kick lashed out and met not with ribs but instead with the rounded and scaled surface of a metal shield as it glided past. The disc was launched from her and then back towards her with a flash of blue, rebounding off Avenger. Her eyes widened as it struck her in the temple, knocking her backwards and into a roll. That certainly hurt. Landing down, she looked up for the charge of Avenger. Except he was nowhere to be seen. Unless. Jean sprung to her feet and thrust her hand out, catching one of the dangling chains and yanking it down until it snapped, spinning about and wrapping it around her arms so tight that it pressed into skin. She charged forwards and flipped about. There he was, bouncing off the wall and launching himself towards her. The kick was obvious. Her now armed knuckles met the sole of his shoe, light and flame collided with one another and smoke filled her vision. Staggering from the impact, she watched the smoke clear in an instant. Avenger surged through and right towards her with a reckless and fanatical zeal. She knew that he would stop at nothing until he wrapped his hands around her throat. There was a desperate and murderous wrath within him. Except she knew all that. From the moment she had come here, she knew all of that. Avengers. A class that saddened her through their mere existence. People tormented by their anger even after death. Something she could not abide. Even if Avenger claimed he did not want or need salvation, that would not stop her from trying. Perhaps she was unreasonably selfish like that. The thought lasted little longer in her mind as she thrust a jab forwards, slamming her chain-wrapped fist into the face of Avenger. Something that should have staggered him, or at least halted his advance, and instead did nothing at all. With barely even a grunt he lunged forwards and tackled her, hoisting her into the air. Light and sound were her world, then pain across her shoulders as they collided with something solid. Jean. Distantly she heard the shout of Giles, but she looked down instead. She kicked up, her knee met Avenger's face. He surged up, smashing his head into her chin and bouncing the back of her skull off the wall behind them. Her vision widened out for a brief moment, but her instinct took over instead and she ducked. Being in enough close-range brawls over her life, she was rather accustomed to this. Fighting was ugly and hideous. And rarely clean. With a whoosh and a crack, she heard the sound of stone breaking as something struck it. Either a fist or a kick, she cared little and sprang forth into a tackle of her own. Avenger grunted and she wrapped her arms around him, reversing their roles as she was the one who picked him up this time and slammed him down. Then a hard and tight grip found its way to her wrists. Burning kicked in not a moment later, the pain brought a fresh wave of clarity as she stared down at the bright blue fire now engulfing her wrists. She clamped down her jaw to avoid screaming. Avenger grinned savagely. Decidedly less so when she dropped her forehead down into his smile, the armored plate over her temple as a battering ram into his jaw. She lifted it back up and revealed that his smile was now a bit more chipped than last time. Yet his hold on her did not relinquish. Her hands around him had long since been released, but the same could not be said of him. Determined to hold her there. So she did so again, driving her forehead down in a headbutt which cracked the stone behind Avenger as his skull was nailed further in. Perhaps it would have seemed undignified, but it was really the fault of Avenger for not releasing her the first time around. She wound up once again. And then, Avenger vanished. She headbutted the floor as the weight under her disappeared as well. Looking up just in time for a boot to collide with her chin and send her skywards. Her shield rebounded back, she caught it in her fingers and turned, deflecting the sword and countering with a swing. Giles ducked below, her axe just about sliced off some stray hairs. He threw himself back for distance, she would have given chase. But she couldn't. That would leave Ritska undefended, so she allowed him to garner a few feet of distance. Then his words filtered through her mind, and she felt it was an idea worth attempting. So she swung her arm across, dragging the edge of her shield over the ground, and then hoisted it up. skimming the surface of rock and sending debris floating up under a cloud of rubble, then held her axe aloft and took in a deep breath. Yes, this was something familiar to her. But not quite. One part of her knew this intimately and the other was confused. Was she confused? No, not now. With a grunt, the axe burst along the edge with golden lighting, pulling around the blade as she stepped forwards and swung down, driving the pillar of light into the ground with force enough to unleash a blinding shockwave. Giles let out a shout of alarm as he vanished behind the wall of light. Stolgina yanked her axe back and out of the ground, then kicked forth and swung across to banish away the curtain of electricity with her shield. Indeed, she parried it all away and brought forth detail once more. Fall back to Avenger. Ritska ordered and she obeyed. Instead of advancing, she retreated with a skip backwards and launched her frame off the ground. Her eyes narrowed on Giles as he looked across and ignored her entirely, something that should have been foolish, were it not for the fact she was also looking in the same direction. Avenger and Ruler still locked in battle with one another. Throw the shield to Avenger and intercept Giles. He wanted her to do what? Shields were not really supposed to be. Never mind. Stolgina pushed forth and drew back her shield arm, lining up the shot across the room and then sucking in a breath. She wasn't quite used to this, but it would have to do. With a shout, she snapped her arm forth and launched the shield from her grip and across the room. Jean ducked below the shield, letting Avenger kick her in the side of the head. But Stolgina ignored what came next as she charged forth and towards Giles. He caught her moving and turned about to face her with sword raised. Holding the axe overhead, she swung down with all her might. Not. Instead, she dropped the axe halfway through the swing, which he was in the process of sidestepping, then thrust out her fist and caught his sword within her hold. Yanking and twisting to the side before pulling forwards, he naturally stumbled right into her haymaker from the other hand. Catching the handle of the axe before it touched the ground, she twisted about and swung up. Giles blocked that, unfortunately, and held his ground before forcing the axe back down. She leaned back and shifted her neck. Her own reflection stared back at her in the sword that whisked just past her cheek. Shield raised, she rammed forwards and knocked him back with a sharp push. The echoing clang of his armor being shunted rang loud. Lowering and swinging for him once more, he diverted the axe overhead with a jerk of his sword, the pommel glancing into the underside of the blade. Turning, she wedged her shield onto her back, stepping forwards when she felt the thrust against her defense and swung back around, unlatching the shield as he did so. Giles had gone back further, moving to join up with Jean. Not on her watch. Another step put her between him and the fighting duo. Already she saw the frustration in his eyes as they briefly left her and towards the Avenger. His sword clenched tightly in his grasp as he grit his teeth. Stolgina narrowed her gaze and adjusted her stance, preparing for another rush towards him, or for him to charge towards Ritska instead. But it was Jean where his interest lay. He charged instead, throwing himself towards her with sword at the ready. Reckless, she chastised in her head, and questioned the logic behind even fighting him. But perhaps there was no logic at all. Or maybe there was. A servant supported their master and the same was true in reverse. It was merely the inevitable clash of opposing servants meeting. Her feet pushed her forwards and met him halfway there, axe falling down and over his head as he threw himself into a roll and right below her. Somehow she had expected that, boot raised and stomping down hard enough to crater the earth, the ground went uneven and the roll collapsed halfway through. Giles was flat on his back as she stepped about, drawing her shield back and thrusting down. He elbowed it, hammering the armored limb into the flat of the shield and knocking it just a few inches off course. Sword reversed and thrust up, she ducked down under her own shield as the tip of the weapon lashed just past her eye. Lifting and throwing, she pulled the weight of the saber up and cast him across the room with a grunt and a backhand. He landed though, falling back and pressing against the wall, breathing heavily as his eyes met her own once again. Showing that he had not lost that determination of his. In a way it was admirable that he was so determined to fight for his superior. Did she inspire that loyalty in her own subordinates? Where did such thoughts come from? Of course she did, otherwise they would not follow her. Her eyes caught the movement of Avenger and Jean in the corner, watching as the Avenger was choke-slammed into the ground, then hoisted up by his collar and hurled across the room, with Jean giving chase. "Break off and help Avenger." And so she did. Once again throwing her shield without prompt towards Giles, he naturally ducked to avoid it taking off his head. But she hurled herself across the room and, with lightning charging her axe, drove it down towards Jean. She turned at the last moment, standard raised and batting it into the head of her axe. It missed and struck the ground between the two of them, the subsequent explosion sending both of them off their feet and her flat onto her back. Groaning as she rolled back up, her eyes snapped towards the shadow. Giles thrust from falling dust, raising her gauntlet and knocking the sword aside. Ouch! Her scalp protested as someone gripped her hair and yanked backwards. Her hands flew up on instinct to try and wrestle herself free of whomever was savage enough to do something like that in the middle of a fight. What was this? A tavern brawl. Her elbow swung back, the grip on her hair vanished. Giles had charged her during that point, slashing at her. Her other arm raised and blocked it, the metal sparking as the sword ground against her armor and pain across her cheek as the blade made contact. She could see the flash of silver and felt the warmth run down her cheek. Two attackers. One in front and one behind. Ritska. Emergency evasion. First aid. Momentary reinforcement. All three at once. She was thankful for it. But she was also going to chastise him for doing something so reckless as using them all at the same time like that. Surely he understood that the Mystic Code would tire him out further in his state. Then again, against these types of enemies. Her point of view shifted as her world blurred. Her eyes landed on Giles as she appeared beside him instead of in front of him. With her axe in her hand, she clasped the second grip just above the head and twisted her whole body into a swing. Telegraphed as it might have been, the strength behind it included hers and her subordinates. This was her standing by his side. So naturally, when it connected with his raised sword, it lifted Giles off his feet, and with a resounding explosion of lightning, it sent him flying across the room. Then she swiftly turned to Jean. Pain rushed through her head as she jerked back, something stabbing into her eyes. Her retreat ended not far. Her hair was yanked forward and then solid mass collided with her gut. Like a hammer through her armor, she could feel it as though it had landed on her skin instead and heard the sharp crack of metal against one another. The hold on her hair remained as another blow landed again, this one sharper than the next and sending her feet off the ground. Her eyes flung open, tears streaking from them as her arm knocked aside the grip on her hair and feeling the distinct snap of strands coming loose. Arms flailing about for a block, she just about raised them for another blow to connect, holding her ground this time and gritting her teeth. Looking just beyond and in time to see another steel-coated fist hammer down into her arms in an attempt to force past her raised arms. The brutality of the blows caught her by surprise, no less so than when instead of fist, it was the back end of a polearm which slid underneath her forearms and jerked upwards. Stolgina fell backwards as her arms were pried open. Her eyes met with Jean's for only a brief second. She broke the contact first, spinning around and ducking low. Then a kick was planted firmly into her chest and she was sent across the room in a mere instant, back slamming into stone and feeling it give way behind her. Avenger hoped to use her distraction to land a hit. The polearm raised, his fist was diverted from its path as was the beam of light that sprung from his palm. Hot and scorching, it left behind a trail of charred stone where it glanced across the ground and then up the walls from the movement. He frowned, but was not deterred. Charging forth and keeping the distance close, he stopped her from making full use of the polearm entirely, swinging his hands blow after blow and trailing fire behind every throw of his fists. Soon enough, they were surrounded by it, the scorching heat which he was all too familiar with. Less so the saint. Yes, he could see the sweat streaking down her brow as she diverted another lightning-fast jab aimed for her temple. This time with the back of her hand, rather than her polearm. His matching hand shot out, clasping it just under the flag and pulling downwards and to the ground. It jerked her forwards and he seized his chance. Driving an elbow into her chin, he was rewarded with a sound that was like music to his ears. A grunt of pain, yet it was not to be for long. His hold was tugged back and he was the one pulled forwards and then upwards. His world flipped over as he stared down at the sight of the ruler pulling the standard and heaving it and himself over her head in an effort to shake him off. But he did not allow her to do so. Spinning in the air, he dropped down and landed on his feet, flag still clenched tightly between his fingers. This time his other joined it and he pulled, spinning around, lifting the woman off her feet and swinging her like a club into the adjacent wall. He stepped forth, driving a haymaker right towards her. TCH. Annoyance flashed through him. Rather than striking her head, his fist instead landed against the brick and left a hole beside her ear. The polearm rose up, hooking around his arm as she bent it behind his back and then kicked him behind the knee. Another blow to the back of the head drove his face into the wall and very nearly through it. It was laughable. The woman spoke of salvation and yet her fists seemed to be the only thing she had skill with. You waste your talents, woman. Spitting dust from his teeth, he snapped his head back and pulled his arm up and across. Fire bursting from it and throwing a wall between them, the other hand thrust into the flames and grabbed hold of something. It felt like her collar or perhaps part of her shoulder, but he cared not as he pulled and dragged her back through the flames. Is this not more rejuvenating? She tackled him as she emerged, bodies pressed against one another as his back touched the wall once again. The polearm went up into his throat, the handle drove flat against his neck and pressed down. The next words choked on his tongue, but he got the point across with his eyes. Peering down at her, he could only smile as he struggled. Her own eyes narrowed. There was nothing within them, merely a coldness. As if she knew what he would ask and it was not merely hidden. It simply was not there. He knew it. He truly knew it even if he thought otherwise. Jumping up, he pressed his feet against the wall and pushed off, freeing himself and vaulting over her head and into a roll, landing down and spinning about, leg raised and cutting through the air. A flash of silver caught him. He dropped down with a hiss of pain as the sword came just shy of cleaving his foot off, only drawing blood behind the shin instead. Giles gave no words and with him there was a true anger in them. There was never a more stark contrast than this. Avenger brought his palm up for the thrust, the sword pierced through his hand and continued on until it slowed. His muscles flexed and his hand formed a fist, catching the sword halfway down the blade and letting it advance no further. Ha! Flames exploded out, Giles was thrown from him and Avenger gave chase to the stumbling man, tearing the sword free of his palm and tossing it aside, leaping forth and launching another series of blows against them before he even let his feet touch the ground. Each one drove the saber further and further back, all the while he let his thoughts slip free. Would it not soothe your soul also? A fist against his shoulder. Would it not bring you peace? A kick slamming into his ribs. Why do you deny what you would also wish to see, man of torture? Teeth were knocked free with an uppercut. Do you not believe she should be furious with her betrayers? Dropping his clenched hands like a hammer, he smashed them into the scalp of Giles and knocked him down into a rising knee. A truth we both know. Gripping the man by the shoulders, he hefted him up and swung him around, dragging him up and over his head before tossing him across the room with all his might. The man did not fly with grace, rather he spun with a pained groan and landed flat on his back a short distance from them. That you sincerely believe she should feel fury for her betrayal, that she should spit and curse upon her betrayers, for that is what you do. That it is only natural. Do not presume his thoughts. Gah. Blindsided by a fist to his jaw, Avenger staggered as another rose up, he leaned back as it whipped right past the tip of his nose. His feet slipped under him, he braced himself as movement dropped from above. HMPH. The standard drove into his raised arms and forced down into his collar, the muscles protested and he felt his knees buckle. And then it was flung upwards, but not by his hands. The woman of red and white hair brought her axe up between them, wrenching the standard from the hands of the saint. Avenger saw his chance at last. A howl tore through his throat as he caught her by the neck and lifted her upwards, her hands clawed at his wrists as they both were carried across the room. Light peeled from his body. Spinning her around and slamming her face into the wall, he ran as fast and as far as he could, dragging her skin across the cracks and craters of the wall and leaving behind a trench in his wake. He did not care for the damage. All he cared about was hurting her. That was all he wanted to do with this vile woman. Unhand her. A shout of Giles, desperate and full of fury. But of course. For that man would never allow his perfect champion to be seen as impure. Was that truly what this was about? To live up to the standards and aspirations of a man who was a monster. Did she fear that she would become such a thing? He turned and Giles was in front of him. Avenger scowled at the interruption and released Jean to the ground as he avoided the blade for his throat, turning and unleashing a burst of flames. Happily parried before they landed, the side of the blade caught and sent them spiraling away. Giles charged him down with the fury of a man befitting his reputation. Such savagery. Slashes and thrusts, Avenger avoided them all, but it was increasingly difficult. The space between them was shortening and it was as though the man felt no exhaustion. Yet perhaps the same was true of him. Indeed, the power of his anger was a thing wholly befitting of someone such as him. Avenger stopped and countered, driving a fist to the flat of the blade and knocking it aside. But Giles countered swiftly, landing a jab across his other cheek as the sword rose up. His palm lay in its path, flames shielding his skin as the blade was buried deep within the haze of fire. He met the furious glare with a toothy grin. My question lies unanswered at your feet, O Martial. But is it not true we both know the answer? Silence. Giles' fury was so very natural, so very human. Ha 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 ha. And he could do nothing but laugh in the face of it. The swings of his blade carried with them an anger which could not fade. The mere fact he spoke ill of the saint was enough to carry this man forth. Do you shun your ally for this feeling, woman? Catching the blade between his hands, his eyes snapped to Jean and glared at her. She met them resolutely. Would she say nothing to his accusations, to his words? Was she truly going to let him say these things and offer nothing? Unacceptable. He refused to believe it. Pulling and twisting, he knocked the sword aside and threw another flaming punch. It caught the chin of the Giles, head snapping back as blood leapt from his mouth. And then his head snapped forwards, glaring down, and the battle resumed once more, Avenger skipping away as Giles unleashed another furious bellow and chased him down, showing no concern for his own injuries. But it only showed more. Do you not see his passion? Speak not to her, fiend. Avenger ducked, the blade missed him by a mere hair, then it was slashing across at his waist. A frown fell upon his lips, the tip of the sword opened up a small slash across his shirt and nicked at his skin. There was no deep wound, but it was nothing that he would wish to endure. So he charged once again, throwing himself to the man. Then light blinded him. Ritska had to cover his eyes from the light which burst from the room. It was so sudden and without warning, as though someone had brought the sun down upon them. Yet it was without heat. His first instinct to flinch had been there, to duck down and to cover himself. The expectation for his skin to burn away and for the smell of scorched hair to meet his nose once more. As though it was happening already. Could he smell the burning, or was it even real? He didn't know. But he did know that he felt no pain, nor was there discomfort. What happened then? He removed his hands and raised his head up, looking across to where the light dwindled away. Jean lowered her banner down with a thud, the dull crack of metal against stone echoed loud in the room. Rebounding off every surface and bringing about an order for silence, and Ritska could not help but stare. Rather, the thought of doing anything else but paying attention never occurred to him. What was this feeling? You dare. And then to counter the light, there was a dark and menacing hiss. Avenger's words boiled over, fury and outrage in every utterance. To bring that light down to this place. To the home of the souls your lord forgot. You would dare do such a thing. Much you presume, Avenger. Jean's words were cool, despite the rather horrible mess across her face. Skin peeled and blood dripped down the gashes over her temple and cracked tiara. Was she even feeling that? It didn't sound like she was, but she had to have been. No. Her eyes narrowed. Edmund, do not say that name. Avenger whipped about, his voice never louder than this moment. Ritska flinched back on instinct. It was like none of the outrage Avenger held before. This was something deeper. Something far more toxic than he had ever thought possible for a person to sound. Avenger spoke with pure malice, as if a person could even do such a thing. Do not dare utter that name. He is a man who escaped. Who claimed to have found salvation, but such a thing does not exist here. Silence. It felt like he was seeing Avenger properly for the first time. The anger. The rage. All of it. Looking past it all, and he stared at the man with wide eyes. The man who could not forget, who would never forget. Jean looked on with pity. This is not a life that should be lived, even for that of servants summoned in their prime. It is not an existence for you, Edmund. Why can you not accept the peace you found in life? Avenger dropped his arms. Peace, you say? There came a low and hollow chuckle. On whose words was peace made real? From whence did such thoughts come to you? Peace. Kuahaha, ha 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 ha. How could a person laugh like that? It was distorted and cracked. Where pain met joy. It was ugly. There was never peace, woman. Do you not see? Can you not accept it? Avenger snapped, leaping away from Giles as though the man never occurred to him. Admittedly, Ritska had forgotten there were others in the room as well. Like this was purely for Avenger and Ruler, even he felt like a spectator for something else. Even if you might forget, even if your lord might forget. I shall never forget. The crimes, the injustice, the desire for vengeance. Avenger roared every word. In the cold nights brought about by the cruelty of so many. In the days that blend together until time loses its meaning. In the rotten bread which consumed the pleasure for life, and in the dark and bleak future from which there was never escape. Pointing now, he glared at Jean. I know and remember it all. Every single injustice done, and they shall be answered for. Not even death should be able to wipe away this pain or this outrage, and yet you would dare claim that it should be forgotten. What is the meaning of experiencing this pain if it cannot be answered? For what reason should one continue on if it is not for vengeance? Jean looked on, gaze dispassionate and expression unbreaking. Tell me then, woman. Tell me what madness would lead you to believe this. Would you not rather slay 1,000 than feel the burning of the flames once more? Do you not experience the nightmares of being dragged before the fires? Silence met him. It was such a silence that Ritska forgot to breathe. Well, but Ritska knew the answer already. Avenger. The servant whirled around to face him, eyes alight with fury. But Ritska just met the stare and slowly shook his head. You can't accept her way of life, just as she cannot accept yours. No matter how long you shout or scream, her way of thinking won't change. Turning his head, he looked at Jean and she looked back. Yes, he knew what her thoughts were, because this was the person who went back to save the very country who betrayed her. To save the very people who had betrayed her, because it was the right thing to do. Because she did not hate them. Maybe I can't understand how she can let it go either. And that he would not deny, but he turned to look at Avenger again. This time there was no boiling outrage or glinting fury. There was only something cold and unbending. But just as you will not accept her words, or her salvation, she won't accept your anger. Avenger turned very slowly and looked back at Jean. Of course I understand that, master. 'Tis why she will forever remain unforgivable. Jean, strangely enough, only smiled. And it is why I shall keep trying to save your soul, Avenger. Even if you claim that the Lord has forsaken you, that his light has forgotten you, I shall not forget. Truly. Avenger cursed with a deep scowl. You are contemptible. With that, the fighting resumed. But Ritska could feel the shift in the air when it began again. Something decidedly more final about it, almost silent. It was a strange thing to experience. Amidst the rush of flying rubble and clashing metal, that a fight could otherwise be so silent. But Ritska had work to do, and as he had told Avenger, he would help them win this fight. Not just for the sake of living onwards, but so that Avenger could get something out of it. Stolgina vanished in a flash, appearing beside Giles in a moment and attacking the wounded saber. The clashes were short and ended with the man being hurled across the room once again, vanishing in a cloud of debris. Ritska glanced towards Avenger and Jean. Streaks of light and flame was all their fight could be seen as. He didn't even see the people under the mess of that display, merely hearing the impacts as they came and seeing the damage. But this wasn't good enough. Or maybe it was leaving too much to chance. Fall back. He expected pushback from both Avenger and Stolgina, but they adhered to his words and dropped down in front of him once again. Squaring his shoulders, he narrowed his eyes as the expected happened. Jean broke off her own attempt at pursuit and instead went to the side of Giles, heaving him up to his feet as he looked worse for wear. But then, Stolgina looked far from healthy either. A prominent gash across her cheek and deep scratches over her armor from where sword blows had landed. They might not have penetrated, but it was proof enough that some blows had been landed. Still, Ritska had an idea. Shield raised up, she charged towards the pair. The distance of the room was nothing and she could see them no longer. Not with the shield blocking her vision. But she knew where to go. What to do. Pressing off the ground, she launched herself forward like a rocket and pulled back the shield just enough that she could see where she was flying. The two servants before her stood at the ready and she could see Jean winding back to counter her. Did they think she would go for an axe swing? She would not blame them for the assumption, given how far she had drawn the weapon back in the perfect position for it to fall in an arc. But that was not her intention. Stolgina fell and brought her shield up in front of her once again, but this time it was in a thrusting manner. The rim of the shield collided with the standard and she felt the weight settle on her back before giving her an extra push forwards. Jean grunted as she was driven back, a swing upwards knocked the standard aside. And then she dropped to one knee and raised her shield above her head, almost like an umbrella. A signal passed through the mental link and she braced herself for it. He drove his feet into the back of his master's servant. Were they allies? He never thought of it as such. But in this, they held a common goal. Regardless, the moment her charge reached its climax, he had thrown himself forwards and driven his boots into her shoulders to give her extra momentum. The saint was carried backwards with the force and he used the woman under him as a springboard to launch himself higher. Out of reach and deep into the length of the chains above. But none of them held his interest. His eyes snapped down and he drew back his arms, feeling the flames surge across his skin and into his palms. Yes, he could feel it clearly. The burning, the fire. All of it. The flames that would never be extinguished, the futility of the woman laid bare. But perhaps he knew from the beginning she would never change. Was that why he despised her so? HMPH. Such pointless questions. Avenger saw the shield raise up and he thrust down. Erhalden shrieked as the concentrated blast of flames tore forth and shot straight down, plummeting into the center of the shield with a deafening crack. Such a reckless plan it had been. But he could see the fruits of their labor. The attack was blocked but did not dissipate. Instead it exploded outwards and at eye level, both Saint and Saber were thrown back as he dropped back to the ground. Or perhaps a better word would have been an accelerate. Avenger let his body be coated in the light as his master's words fueled him again. Power flooded his body from the mystic code, the enhancement of his strength. And he used it. Dropping down as a comet, Avenger swung his body and felt his shin collided with something solid. His eyes peered through the haze of fire and ash as he saw the woman, the saint, fold forwards as his kick drove itself into her abdomen. It was a moment that lasted a mere second, then he pushed forward and sent her flying a short distance. It was short indeed, but only through distance and not power. Her body was cast into solid rock with an explosion of such force that it cleared away the flames that lingered in an instant. So great that there was no cloud of dust to hide away her form embedded in stone, she merely collided with it and was embraced. And the moment his feet hit the ground, he ducked down and heard the wisp of steel above his head. Then a meaty crunch, a rending sound that metal should never truly make. And armor's cries of pain. And he gazed up just in time to see the saber, Giles, thrown back as his shoulder was cleaved open nearly down to his waist from a falling slash of his ally's axe. It had sheared apart his armor and he could see streaks of silver floating by. In a flurry, his hands were drawn back and cast forwards. With the final thrust, he sent a lance of flame right into the chest of the man. He hurtled away and flipped before landing down in a bloody heap on the ground, then swiftly turned his attention to the saint. Finding himself having to launch himself to the side to avoid being caught by a mass of flying rock. She still had such strength in her. Or was she aggrieved at the loss of her ally? No, that was not the case. He could feel no anger surging from her. Was she incapable of it or merely doing so just to spite him? No, she was moving away. Not for long. He launched himself forwards once again, clearing the distance and reeling back a fist. TCH, she parried it before it could land, but he was not quite so done just yet. Spearing his fingers and thrusting down inwards, they caught her on the top of the knee and glanced across her thigh as she pulled it back. A deep scorched gash left its mark. Blocking a kick, he narrowed his eyes and pushed her away. Gah! His temple rocked to the side, a metallic thud of the standard glancing off his head. He missed the part where she swung it about on him, then it was thrust towards his chest as light poured from around her. A blinding ray of light. Was this to be the light she preached as being a blessing? Unsightly. Flames ruptured over his form, sweeping his arms open and throwing them forth to blot out the light. He charged forwards and through it. Ha! The roar left his lips as he peeled the curtains open and collided with her. In the same moment that he felt his fist strike her, he could feel the pain lance over the side of his head. A blow had come in from the right. He grunted and stumbled back. Another came from above, blocking and countering with a rapid jab. There came a blow to his ribs. He knocked the hand aside and caught it by the wrist. The flames burst across his fingers and over the trapped arm. This time he would allow no escape. The smell of burnt flesh was followed by the sharp cry of pain. Was this not nostalgic for her? Was this not what she experienced at the end of her life? She could experience such horrors and still speak of abandoning anger. HMPH. Truly, she was unsightly. Avenger. The words of his master rang loud. By my command seal. And he could feel himself grow more potent. End this. Such finality and resignation in those words, but acceptance as well. Yes, his master could do it. But he could feel the strength and used it for what it was, power beyond the saint at the moment. He yanked her aside and had the sharp crack in her shoulder as he dislocated it. She gasped in pain, and he released her arm, jabbing her in the throat to ensure she could speak no more poisonous words. With a choke, she clutched at her neck. Perhaps on pure instinct, it left her without a guard. His hands speared forth and drove up, piercing through her armored cuirass and into her body, but he knew he had not gone far enough to shatter her spirit core. But it was enough for her to be deeply wounded. Then pain exploded over his face, her head lashed forth and smashed into his nose, then a kick to his gut threw him backwards. He landed on his feet, snapping his gaze up as he expected a follow-up. What? Her back turned on him and she started to move off. What madness would compel her to turn her back on? Enough, Avenger. What? Now? Of all the times for. It's over already. Whipping around, he turned a glare on the boy and then stopped. His master was not looking at him, he was looking to the saint. An expression almost like pity or sadness, but there was finality there. Avenger straightened himself out and turned. Ah, yes. Perhaps the fight was nearing a conclusion. Her body was near enough broken. The culmination of injuries had meant she had been forced to limp towards the downed saber with her standard as a crutch. That was without one arm hanging limply by her side as she dropped to a crouch beside the downed saber. Oh Giles. Her body was broken beyond her ability to fight right now. She wished she could have continued, but such a thing was impossible for her. Yet she could never have allowed herself to keep doing so and leave Giles to fade away without her being there for comfort. I'm sorry. Reaching out with her working hand, she rested her standard on the ground and placed her fingers under his head, raising him up just enough so that he was no longer laying flat. He was a mess, bleeding and pained. Death would come for him sooner rather than later. This is not what I wanted. Nonsense. She blinked. Giles' voice remained firm. He could still speak with such clarity. Grunting, he reached out and took hold of her arm, keeping him upright. His eyes softened. This is what you are. Who you will continue to be. He smiled. I was the one who was too weak. I can see no salvation for this fiend, but you shall continue. He sounded so saddened about that, perhaps he could see it as folly. Maybe it was. But that did not matter to her. She did not take her path because it was easy. That is why I came here, all I ever wanted. She knew what he wanted. I know, Giles. Whispering, she smiled down. Rest for now, Giles. I'm grateful you indulged me. Indulged? He chuckled as his eyes closed. No, I'm the one who should be thankful. You tolerated me. Her fingers slipped through golden light, her eyes watched as they floated away. It seemed as though she was the one being left behind this time. Did Giles truly have such a low opinion of himself? Could she blame him? No, there was no time for such thoughts now. Her eyes turned across the room to Chaldea. And to Avenger. He looked down at her with a clear expectation, perhaps a silent demand. Did he wish for her to explode with fury at this loss, or perhaps to promise she would make him pay for this? Perhaps he expected her to cast aside her mission and declare him unsavable. She would need to disappoint him. It would seem as though you have gotten your wish this time, Avenger. He looked so deeply unhappy with her words. No, that was poor phrasing on my part. Yes, she understood her mistake. It would seem you have won this battle instead. No more than a brawl. Avenger spat. We remain as we are. How might I find myself enjoyment if you remain the sort I despise most of all? I am sorry you feel that way, and I am afraid I meant my words. I shall never forget this, Avenger. Even if my memories should fade, I will always remember this desire to save you. Avenger's scowl deepened. On your dying breath you would lay this curse at my feet. Of course. She chuckled. According to you, I am the most loathsome sort. Is that not expected for ones as wicked as I? Did he not approve of his words being used against him? As expected. But there was more here. Her eyes flicked towards the master of Chaldea. You may advance beyond this hall now, master of Chaldea, though I am unsure if I was ever a judge. I doubt I upheld the role to the best of my abilities. But this was not the end. Not yet. Remember this, Avenger. He narrowed his eyes. Darkness might only exist because there is light. As long as you tread down this path, there shall always come a light to save you. Closing her eyes, she felt her feelings slip away. And then there was a blissful nothing. But it was a renewed determination. This would not be the last time she and Avenger would meet. Avenger was being quiet, more so than he would have thought. On the way there it had been nothing but excitement, but on the way back it was little more than a silent trip. Not an ounce of a whisper nor the prickle of a laugh. It was unnerving. Did you get what you were looking for? Breaking the silence, he projected the question to the back of the servant's head. Avenger made a noise of annoyance. Until the very end, that woman rejected all that I would consider of importance and declared, for all the world to hear, that she would never cease in her futile efforts. Ritska hummed. Did you really think you were going to make her see your point of view? Avenger turned a sharp eye on him for that, but he did not even mean it as mockery. It was with genuine interest that he had asked Avenger such a thing. Even if he did not know all that happened in France and with the Jean altar, this was another matter entirely. He didn't get an answer to his question anyway, all he got was an irritated huff and a turn of the head. Was Avenger taking this harder than he thought? It was hard to picture the man as crestfallen over this, but it was something that clearly mattered a lot to them. Even he could see how much value Avenger placed on this fight, and they were walking away from it with irritation. I'm sorry you didn't get what you wanted. Avenger stopped, then turned and faced him, brow raised. You speak such careless words, master. Do you understand what it is that you say? If I were to obtain my prize, if she did admit my rights and her wrongs, then she would cease to be the same woman that you knew of Chaldea. She would turn to a true servant of vengeance and seek to bring fire to her enemies. Eyes glinting, the servant stepped forwards and almost nose to nose with him. Ritska held the gaze without blinking. I'm not saying it without understanding, he replied. Avenger backed away with a slight furrowing of the brows as evidence of his confusion. But this meant a lot to you. Even if I wouldn't have agreed with the result, I can still express my sympathy that you didn't get what you wanted out of it. I slew her with my own hands. Avenger said after a moment, with some greater hint of life in his words. I put my will against hers and came out the victor. Even if her view has not changed, in this bout I have proven the victor. I have achieved something in this fight, even if it is destined to come about again. That was one way of looking at it. Maybe she'll eventually accept you aren't that sort of person or she's wasting her time. Walking past them, he spoke over his shoulder. You're the one who's always telling me to wait and hope. Maybe you should take your own advice. PFF'd ahahahaha. Laughter erupted and filled the corridors. Well, it was strange indeed that he was almost relieved to hear that borderline insane cackle from the Avenger. To think my words would be used against me so. You are indeed a shrewd one, Master. Shrewd. Don't think I've been called that before. Every day brings yet another sight on the ocean of life. Our bodies are but the vessels of the mind. What? No, really. What on earth even was that? He turned around and stared at Avenger as they met his gaze, then tilted his head. Were you not the one who demanded poetry, Master? Yeah, but that was. Well, he had been the one to ask, but that just came out of nowhere. It seemed that even when he didn't get what he wanted completely, Avenger would take whatever good mood he could find. And what is this, I spy? That was a look he was familiar with, however. The way in which Avenger looked positively predatory with that sharp smile of his. Where is the guilt from your previous encounters? You fought her with acceptance of the outcome before the final blow was struck. Was she not one you would have tried to reason with above all others? Oddly enough, I think she was the one person I probably couldn't reason with. Avenger clearly hadn't been expecting that answer. I know Jean and I know what she sets her mind to is something she takes seriously. So even if she didn't become some guardian to stop me, it was still for her to stop you. I guess what I mean to say is, I knew she wasn't going to back down. Avenger tilted his head. No, it is more than that. Was he seen through so quickly? You took my side over hers. Oh, was that all? Ritska shrugged at that. I am a master and you're my servant. What else was I going to do in that situation? Maybe in another circumstance it could have ended differently, but this just wasn't one of those times. Turning back around, he resumed walking. It was strange. He didn't think it was easier than all the other times. He could still feel that hollow pang in his chest when he thought about it. The guilt. But it was easier to stomach. Was it because he thought Jean would forgive him? Was it because she already had accepted what he was going to do? He didn't know. He really didn't know. But one thing he did know now was the name of Avenger. She made a slight noise as he placed the blanket over the top of her. A minor groan and a small shuffle. Romani went still as she did so before he continued onwards, leaning back and staring down. For the time being, he'd say not to let anyone else disturb the room and leave them alone. Olga had been really stressed out and he knew the importance of beauty sleep. His lip twitched upwards. She looked peaceful. Then his eyes slid to the left and he froze. Marie was looking right at him, then down at the blanket which he had put over the top of both of them, then back to him and cocked a brow ever so slightly. All right, they had both looked asleep and he moved on instinct. Eyes twinkling, her lips pulled to a smile and she winked at him before closing them and shuffling a bit closer to Olga and resting her head on her shoulder. Was he going to pay for that when she woke up? Maybe. Probably. Well, that was a problem for future him that present him didn't have to worry about, and the best thing was that he would never see what future him would experience. Though when he became future Romani, he would probably curse past Romani for doing this. That was a bit confusing. EDMMMM. His head snapped towards the bed quick as lightly. Did he pull something in his neck when he did that? It felt like it. But none of that mattered. Romani all but shot across the room and to the side of Fujimaru as a slurred word came from his mouth. Or rather, he thought it did. Romani was certain he had not imagined it. Under the shut eyelids, he could see the twitching of the eyes back and forth, the lips wobbled before words, real and proper words, tumbled out. Edmond Dantes. What now? Edmond Dantes. What did? Where had he heard that name before? Romani leaned back and stared down, eyes narrowing. Hours of silence, and then that was the first thing Fujimaru-kun said. There was little chance of that being a coincidence. And he knew that name, but he was struggling to place where right now. Turning away, he strode towards the desk and sat himself down, flashing up the monitor and rapping at the keys. It would be a quick answer to find and, hopefully, would answer something important. Because maybe it was just his instincts playing tricks on him, but Romani was certain that it meant something. He was wrong. He was so very wrong. It is not something. It is someone. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, X. It was a name he placed in an instant. Edmond Dantes. A name he had seen, that he knew. The Count of Monte Cristo. Romani did not react much to the statement of the name beyond a nod of the head. So you've heard of him then? That's good. I know much of Edmond Dantes. Ash replied, his mind trailing back as the details surfaced one after another. Especially in regard to his execution of Michael Roa Valdamjong. That, oddly enough, earned a more bemused expression. Who? Did Romani not know of that? Ash frowned at the lack of a response before he considered that it might not be public knowledge even within Chaldea. Perhaps Olga would have known more on the subject, or perhaps it did not even relate to her. As he understood from his memories, and the visions of Solomon, it was a matter that would have been more in line with a member of the church. Not to mention it occurred over 100 years ago at this point and in a rather obscure location. Or perhaps it was the name which had surprised him. He went by the alias of Tarantella at the time of his death. Romani remained bemused even with that information. HMPH. Ultimately irrelevant then. He slew an immortal being. That produced a more visible reaction, rapid blinking of the eyes and jerking back in shock. He what? He killed, that's crazy. How the heck did he even do something like that? Some manner of fire-based. Ash went silent. HMPH. I believe I may have discerned the identity of the Avenger who fought us at the tower in Singularity. Romani hummed. I sort of figured he might have been involved. Though for the looks of things, it was still apparent that the doctor was more curious about the information he had let slip about Roa. Perhaps it could be discussed at another time, but he was more curious about where this had apparently come from. Regardless, that was the name that Ritska used. Precisely. Romani nodded, then stepped towards the bed and pointed down at his unconscious master. Clear as day, I knew the name was familiar, so I went and had a look, and it is the Count of Monte Cristo. A guy pretty famous for revenge and all of that, but I can't understand the reasons for, well, actually. Ash raised a brow. Is the reason not self-explanatory? Ritska fought him and disrupted his plans, and then Edmond Dantes sought him out for revenge. Except that did not feel as though it would be the correct answer. Not even as Ash said it, and Romani nodded his head in agreement. The doctor had settled with the answer as the right one. But was it the right one? Avenger had shown less interest in working with Solomon and more in the creation of his eternal hell where souls would be remembered for their anger. But even if Ritska fought and defeated him, Avenger had ultimately been the one to withdraw entirely. His eyes narrowed. Was Avenger that sort of human to throw themselves totally into vengeance? The title of the class would seem as answer enough, but then Ash was an Avenger as well. Perhaps they were different. Romani continued to look at him in silence. My mind was elsewhere, Ash explained. Continue. Well, that's actually about it. Oh. Then we have a name and little else. Yeah. Romani rubbed the back of his neck, eyes darting away to the side and shrugging his shoulders nervously. It really doesn't seem as though we have a lot, do we? Well, they had more than they did previously. At the very least they had discerned the nature of Avenger's identity with some levels of certainty. It was a convenient answer indeed, but quite how it came about to begin with was rather strange. Or perhaps it could be explained away as the sort of illogical coincidence that Ritska could somehow generate. No, his mind was returning to the personality of Avenger. There is little to indicate that he would ever have the power necessary to remove Ritska's soul in the first place. He peered down at the young man, then glanced at Romani. His flames could harm me and were capable of destroying Roa, who had achieved perfected reincarnation. That sounds rather, I'm sorry, you're saying that he killed him. Yes. Ash confirmed with a nod, stepping around towards the bed and moving past a sleeping Mash as he did so. This is not the style of Avenger either. His previous effort was open for intervention and lured servants from both Chaldea and from the throne to his tower where they would remain. To directly enter and abscond with Ritska seems strange. Though Ash could not quite explain the motivation. It seemed wholly illogical to do something such as this, especially as Avenger was against the goals of Solomon to begin with. If Ritska perished, then Solomon would very likely be left almost unopposed. Beyond that, Ritska was not the sole individual who was present. Myself, Mash and others entered the Singularity and disrupted it as well. Not even as those present in the Singularity, it was Chaldea as a whole that contributed. He raised his head and looked at the doctor. You as well. Gee, thanks. Romani looked uncomfortable. So you're saying I've got a target on my back? If we assume you are correct and he is seeking vengeance, then the answer would be yes. Rather, it would be Chaldea as a whole who he would be seeking vengeance against. There would be none of us that would be safe from his efforts of revenge, and yet. He frowned. That was something he knew would be difficult to accept. He disregarded the wishes of Solomon and rebelled against him. Should he succeed, in the slim chance it exists, of destroying Chaldea, then it would leave Solomon unopposed and his victory would turn to defeat as the King of Mages erased history entirely. Romani squinted at him, then cupped his chin. All right, but what if he tried his trick again but without us there to stop him? Yes, there was that as well. Perhaps that could also be his plan, to remove the opposition. Except, I do not believe Solomon would tolerate the existence of such a place. Furrowed brows formed on the face of the doctor. You sound rather certain of that. Perhaps it is merely my own perception of events, but given that Solomon spoke with me directly to inform me of Avenger's betrayal, I believe he was merely directing us to remove the mess without indicating that he cared. Yes, that felt an appropriate answer. Solomon did not care for the disgusting nature of humanity and, by that metric, the goals of Avenger would have been directly flaunting of those traits. It was a place that Ash did not find himself tolerating much either. Even if it was pain that was remembered, that did not mean it should exist in anything but memory. So he just told us to get rid of the problem without actually telling us to get rid of the problem, and if Avenger tried it again, then the King of Mages would probably just go and do it himself this time. No, I believe Solomon would merely direct one of his demon gods to deal with the issue at hand rather than directly intervening, but you are not incorrect. He looked down. Those speculating on the motivations are strange. We have already assumed that King Solomon is the one who has separated Ritska's soul from his body, and yet we are now aware there is the possible presence of Edmond Dantes. Ash thinned his lips, then considered another option. Unless Avenger is present to thwart the efforts of Solomon once more. Romani did not seem to understand, at least not for a few moments. Then his eyes widened and his head snapped up, comprehension blanketing his features with naked shock. Was it truly so surprising? Ash did not think it was such a leap. Or are you suggesting that Avenger is there to help? The words were spoken with palpable incredulity. As if Romani himself was having a hard time even believing he was uttering the sentence. Nodding his head, he has already usurped the efforts of Solomon once before. If this is the work of the King of Mages, then he might well be doing much the same again. Avenger does not wish Solomon to succeed and neither do we. His own efforts were thwarted while ours continue. Cocking his head, he stared at the doctor. Is it not logical to render assistance to us at this point, if he should wish the King of Mages to be stopped? Ash, that's crazy. Was it? How? How? What? Romani threw up his hands and gaped at him. You're suggesting that the guy, barely even a week after losing to us and nearly dying, decided that he was now going to show up and help us just because he doesn't like the King of Mages. A guy who, if this is the Count of Monte Cristo, is pretty famous for taking revenge on people who wronged him. Well, when phrased in that manner, he did understand how it could be seen as something of a wild speculation. But at the same time, it was the answer Ash was sure was most logical. I do not believe Avenger can enact his own efforts anymore, which means his best chance for history, and by extension, the memories of injustice, to remain is to see us succeed. Keeping Ritska alive and returning him to us is the best chance of that. Sighing loudly, Romani pinched his brows and dropped his head. Ash frowned at the movement but said nothing further. He had made his reasons rather clear. What if you're wrong? If I am wrong, then it changes very little about the current situation. That was the truth of the matter as he saw it. Whether I am correct or incorrect, we can do little more than stand here and stare at him in the assumption that he will eventually awaken, and then our speculations will either be confirmed or denied. Dropping the hand down, Romani cocked his head and raised a brow. So basically you're saying that you just made this answer up and you're going to run with it for the time being until you get told otherwise. That choice of wording was rather frustrating. He did not pluck this thought from the air. I did not make it up, as you say. Romani tiredly waved a hand. All right, but you're just guessing, right? Why would you even think Avenger would behave like that in the first place? Why? That seemed rather obvious to answer. That is what I did. At that, the doctor went silent and dropped his hand back down to his side, expression hard to read. Ash, Romani began, speaking delicately. I know you're both Avengers, but that doesn't mean that you will think the same way. Why not? It made enough sense to him. We have both met the criteria for the class, whatever they might be. Yes, all right. Hands waving down, the man bit his lower lip and sighed. But no two berserkers are the same either. Kiyohime is certainly a far-flung difference from Lancelot when it comes to personality and choices, so how can you say that you, an Avenger, Edmund, would even be the same in terms of choices? Ash did not know. He had not given it much thought. Instead he looked down and stared at Ritsuka. Why was it that he thought such a thing to begin with? Yes, the answer was easy to construct, but he did not. Because I understood his goals. Ash replied. Because he saw value in the anger of humanity and did not want it to disappear. Raising his eyes to meet Romani's once again, this time he did so with an unblinking gaze. I think that we have the same intention in wanting them to be remembered. That was the answer that made sense to him. The reason why Avenger had constructed the tower was the same reason why he had been absorbing the memories of the spirits he slew and ensuring that something of them remained. Because there was a value in their existence and in their anger. Maybe Edmund understood it better than him, but he did not think they were different. Even if that much is true, having only that much in common is. Romani still sounded hesitant to believe him, but that was fine. It was what he expected nonetheless. But he would remain with that belief that Avenger was making an effort to help in his own capacity, even if it was misunderstood. Your worries are well placed, Romani Archaman. A voice from behind them both. Ash turned around and took in the sight of Jean as she stepped through the door, face grave. Though I do not understand it myself, I am also certain that this figure is present with our master at the moment. Her steps were slow, measured. Very nearly stalking as she drew closer and closer, though her gaze never strayed from Ritsuka himself. I am certain that he is, perhaps, one of the most dangerous individuals. Romani himself was not long in responding. Is this some sort of revelation? Jean thinned her lips, looking more unsure than she had moments prior. I cannot say, all I know is that the name strikes a chord with me. A sense of familiarity as though I know who and what they are, an Avenger. Then her eyes were on him. A class that should not exist and yet does. Whether it should exist or not. Edmond Dantes is an Avenger. Jean cut in sharply. He is someone who has surrendered himself to rage and hatred, one whose soul shall never know peace regardless of how many years pass him by. Sharply, her eyes turned back down to Ritsuka. I know he is involved for certain, just as you both say. I know he is with Master at this time, and whether he is an ally or not, I fear that there will all too soon come a time when he becomes an enemy instead. It would not be the first time for that either, Ash understood. He glanced down and stared for some small moments at the face of Ritsuka, then back to the saint. Even if that is the case, I do not see how it changes my words. Until they become enemies, as you suggest, he will still be likely to aid Ritsuka. Jean did not reject his words, rather she looked more worried. Perhaps that is what troubles me so, or it could well be nightmares which plague my thoughts to spur me here. Regardless of the truth of it, I know somewhere deep in my heart that they are both in a terrible place. Resting her hand over her chest, it clenched into a fist as her eyes sharpened. A place of shadow where not even the light of the Lord can reach without difficulty. A place where Solomon might well have sent him. His eyes narrowed a fraction in thought. Edmond Dantes might well indeed become an enemy, but what would occur for him after he was defeated? Perhaps the better question would be when he was defeated. I do not believe that Ritska will allow something like that to stop him. He did, after all, desire to live. Knowing the place or the company he kept changed nothing about his trust in that simple truth alone. Jean smiled at him warmly. Yes, that much would indeed be true, and yet. Her smile dimmed. And yet, I fear for what lies in wait for him. Already I am struck by the most terrible of nightmares, as though something has already befallen them. It would not be the first time. Jean looked at him oddly for a few moments. I am surprised by your confidence. Do you not share it? I did not say that. I thought you to be more cynical. Cynical. Ash pursed his lips. I am merely stating the facts. Ritska has been through troubling situations before and has returned from those. He did, after all, survive an encounter with Seath, and myself. If he could endure such things, then I am confident in his capacity to endure Edmond Dantes. Romani rubbed the back of his neck and stared at him, looking rather surprised. Were his words that much of a shock? He was sure that such sentiments had been shared by Mash as well. But speculation changes nothing. Asserting that once more, he glanced at the still silent form of Stahl and then down to the master, not before sweeping his gaze over the room of slumbering people. And perhaps keeping such thoughts to ourselves while they are without proof would be wise. Glancing back, he elaborated. To avoid undue panic or concern. Romani nodded slowly. Well, what we know for certain is that Avenger was Edmond Dantes, and he might be close with Fujimaru-kun right now. Anything else is just guesswork at the moment, so there was no need for them to needlessly drum up worries where none needed to exist. Watching their faces twist with concern would be far below his wishes at this time. But all of it meant nothing. They could stand here and achieve little. The power rested solely with Ritska and with Edmond. Ash did not know whether it was strange that he felt no concern over the Avenger servant, or perhaps if it was a bias towards an individual of his own class. He would never have assumed himself to be swayed by his emotions in that capacity. The logical assumption would be that Avenger remained an enemy with even more motivation to stand against them after stopping his plans. But he did not even consider the notion. It was strange. I will remain here and offer prayers for Master. Jean said silently as she moved to the side of the bed and then crouched down, clasping her hands and closing her eyes. Did you not say it was a place where the power of your God would not reach? Jean responded without even opening her eyes. Not without difficulty, I believe were my words, and I am afraid I can be quite stubborn when I want to be. HMPH. It's all to do with bite force. Ritska gestured with his hands. T-Rex had the bigger bite because of the muscular head. It was designed to crush bones and pretty much end the fight the second it got its teeth into something. So when it grabbed the Spinosaurus around the neck, that would have pretty much ended the fight then and there. He'd no idea how they even got into the topic in the first place. One thing had led to another. Perhaps they had asked about a hobby of his and he just started talking about dinosaurs. He loved dinosaurs, so it couldn't be helped. Western films were a lot more prominent with them. And then when it snaps the neck, well, the density of the muscle is so thick and the arms of the Spinosaurus literally aren't strong enough to do that, even with the added jaw for leverage. He felt as though he had been ruined a little because of his hobby. Well, it was a movie. And it wasn't all that accurate to begin with, but damn did it make him sound like he was nitpicking. It's a cool fight and all, but at the same time it's just going to nag me a little, you know. There was a strange silence. He turned ever so slightly towards the group. Mixed responses, to say the least. Mercedes looked a touch strained as she managed to get out a reply. I understand you are passionate about this. That was the safe response to a person who just ranted like a crazy man. Ritska slumped his shoulders back and felt his brows drop. Right, I mean, Something pinched and tugged at his sleeve. He turned ever so slightly as he saw Shizuko looking up with her head tilted and a little encouraging smile on her lips. At least she didn't seem put off by any of it, so that was a relief. Alright, so, what was I talking about before all that? He didn't know how they ended up on the discussion of Jurassic Park beyond dinosaurs as a whole. It just felt like he went on a side tangent. It began as a discussion on the large dinosaurs, with the feet. Stoljina ventured out. Ritsuka snapped and pointed to her. Ah, yes. That was what he was talking about. Theropods, yeah. We don't get too many of those in Japan, but I was surprised that there was a reasonably large species at one point. It's called a Fukuiraptor and was about 4 meters long. Early Cretaceous, about 99 million years ago. Yeah, that one. It had distinct teeth which made it seem like a cross between Carcharodontosaurids and Tyrannosaurids. More to do with slashing and gripping and tearing, but still with grooves near the serrated edges of the teeth. He stopped. Yikes, he just threw all of that out there without stopping for a breath, didn't he? Had he ever even discussed this before? It had been a while, now that he realized. Leaning back against the wall, he pursed his lips. You're rather knowledgeable for a mere hobbyist. Stoljina's comment sounded strange, like approval. He blinked and turned towards her, and though there was no smile on her face, there was something warm in her eyes. That felt a little good to see. He shrugged. I liked dinosaurs and just kept on reading. I might not know a lot about human history, but, well, they are giant reptiles, for the most part. What was there to not love about them? It sounded crazy to him to even consider not finding dinosaurs cool. What about bringing this up with MASH? He blinked, turning to Mercedes at the suggestion. She fidgeted and then tilted her head, still sounding unsure but growing more confident. Well, you told me before how she enjoyed reading books. It sounds as though this would be something you could enjoy doing together. He'd never even considered. Well, that wasn't strictly true. I'd rather not make her think like she has to sit through a long lecture on dinosaurs. Has to? Stoljina frowned at him. I doubt you believe such nonsense as her being forced to attend. If she held no interest, then she would at least make the case known to you beforehand. All right, that was fair. Scratching the side of his head, he frowned. Maybe it was just, Yeah, but what if she just isn't as interested as I am? Shizuko pulled at his sleeve again, head tilted and frowning. It was hard to read her expression, but her thoughts almost conveyed a sense of confusion. Sitting back with her hands on her lap, the blinded girl stared at him for some long seconds before eventually shaking her head and turning away, waving a hand between all of them before pointing back, then nodding. Oh, was she saying that they all sat around and listened to him because they were interested? Well, it's not like you guys can go anywhere. Talk about a captive audience. Shizuko frowned again and shook her head. Maybe he was just being too negative if he was being disagreed with so vehemently. Well, I guess it would be fair at the end of the day. So, alright, sure. I'll see if there's anyone else around who would want to sit down and listen to, like, an hour-long lecture on dinosaurs. Stoljina made a small huffing sound and turned her head away, but he could still hear her comment. Only an hour. Were you planning on giving the layman's explanation? He flushed a little and ducked his head. So what? He liked dinosaurs. Yes. He stopped for a second, then looked up. I'm surprised you stuck around though, Avenger. In the far corner of the cell, the servant perked his head ever so slightly at being called out, eyes turning in the darkness and fixing upon him. You spoke and I remained. That is not proof I heeded your words. Ritsuka shrugged and smirked. I think after however long I was talking about dinosaurs, you'd have probably heeded something I said, right? Avenger gave a rather flat expression, then sighed loudly and turned his head. Your passions are yours and yours alone. Though perhaps more can be said for your resolve that you recall them so clearly. The eyes flicked back to him. That is indeed good news, Master. It means that so long as you can scrap past whatever joy you can, then there is reason for you to continue. That sounded oddly endearing. In a runabout way, maybe. But he was going to take it as encouragement to keep on talking about dinosaurs. although he was a little curious about something. What of you, Avenger? But he was not the one to ask. Rather surprisingly, Mercedes has been the one to turn around and ask him the question, a fleeting smile on her lips. Have you found passions to keep yourself joyful? I rarely see you without a smile. Avenger frowned. I would have thought you smarter than to ask foolish questions, woman. Surely I have made my joy clear by now in a manner you. Mercedes only shook her head. Surely you had passions before this, I do not believe you to have always found such terrible sources for joy. Avenger remained silent, but Ritska saw that as an admission that her words were pretty close. He only smiled at the woman and then sent a pointed look towards. Looked like someone was feeling rather aggressive today. I'm curious as well. Ritska leaned forwards, hands on his knees. I joked about the poetry, but what did you do in the past, Avenger? He was not going to ask about the name Jean had said, because that would probably be rather rude. The response had been clear enough for him to understand Avenger was distancing himself from that name. But even if he did that, there had to have been something that made him happy. Avenger looked between him and Mercedes, then spoke with a deep frown but in a voice devoid of emotion. Whatever sweet things kept me sane are of the past, there is only Chitu Dief now. The darkness of this place, it would be better to think of the man who might have found joy as a figure long gone. That sounded. You speak such sad things, Avenger. Mercedes whispered. He scoffed and turned his head sharply, putting his back to them all. And you should not place your kindness where it does not belong, woman. You shall find no such bright words or charming smiles here. I am he who exists in this place and who shall laugh at your struggles and grin at your despair. To think of me as who I was before you raised your expectations. There was another silence, this one heavier. When Avenger spoke next, it was almost somber. Think of this as the one kindness I shall do unto you. Forget notions of the man of the past, see only who stands before you. If there should come a time when blood is to be spilled, you shall at least hold no despair in your heart. Ritska stared at the back of the man for a few moments. To him, that sounded as though he was already aware of how this would end. Maybe Ritska was as well. But at the same time, I'd still like to know something. Avenger turned his head just enough that he could see the pale yellow eye, the narrowing orb which looked on with a rising frustration. After sitting through my lecture on dinosaurs, it seems fair to at least let me hear one of your old interests, or perhaps the interests of the man you used to be. He leaned back and folded his arms, offering a faint smile. I think at this point I've shown that I won't let the past distract me from the future. Avenger looked on in silent judgment. Then he turned back and resumed his gaze beyond the cell. Shame, but it was Avenger's choice. There was such a man who once looked beyond the horizon and saw a bright future, who stood at the bow of a ship and felt joy at the caress of the wind on his skin, the open ocean that beckoned him and promised bounty in the future. Avenger spoke without emotion. Such a man knew nothing of the future that awaited him. That was that. But Ritska was still happy to know something. Did this guy sail anywhere memorable? Avenger grunted. Should it matter? He thought it did. I would like to hear some stories of this sailor. Mercedes raised her voice once again, a hint of lightness in her tone. Even if it should be thought of as no more than fiction, I would still very much like to hear some tales of him. He sounds an interesting young man. To think of otherwise would be foolish. Avenger sounded almost indignant. The ocean is the road by which the world is traveled, the gateway to the lands beyond imagining and where one might find themselves upon either riches or ruin. Often both, a romanticism of the dire conditions of sailing. He turned. That young man lost his captain to illness. That was rather sad. Ritska thinned his lips and found himself nodding along. I guess I didn't really do enough sailing for that to be a problem, but, well, like I said, Francis Drake tried to kill me, so I think that balanced it out. Also there were the Argonauts as well who were trying to kill me. That wasn't great. Bleakbeard as well. Avenger rumbled with mocking laughter. To find yourself under the ire of the most well-known captains of the open ocean, it might be interpreted as a warning for you to avoid the seas, master. They clearly do not want you. Ha! Snorting, he shook his head from side to side. I got jumped by an Indian demigod as well at one point, so that's probably a good enough point. Stolgina, from across the room, shot him a rather irritable glare. And you should think of that encounter with some more concern. Picking a fight with Karna, of all the servants, was far from the wisest course of action. Who was picking a fight with who? He was just minding his own business before he was sucked into more family drama. It was like everywhere he went, people were determined to drag him into near-fatal encounters with family members. You certainly do not do things by half measures. There was some twinkle of mirth in Avenger's eyes as he made the comment. Yeah, now he figured he was being made fun of somehow. Laugh it up. None of this was his fault and he refused to be blamed for it. Probably. Well, maybe there could be an argument to be made somewhere, but whatever. I would, had I been there to see what would have doubtless been a pathetic display. HMPH. Though you stand here in spite of such things. Tell me, Master, did you make allies such foes of the past? Ritska nodded. Oddly enough. Yeah, I did. Edward Teach and his angel friend are in Chaldea at the moment. The mention of an angel brought about a raised brow from Avenger. Though that was expected, the sudden fact of Shizuko snapping her head towards him was something of a surprise. Or perhaps it had to do with her wings as well. Although Sammy was definitely a lot different from her on that front. Also they had 4 arms. How did this come to pass? Ritska shrugged at the question from the Avenger. Not much of a clue, I figure he just summoned him to his crew when he had a Holy Grail of his own and then just bonded with them. Sammy was pretty loyal to them throughout the time we fought and even went and disappeared at the same time, since then they just appeared one after another. And your impression of his angel? His impression? Well, that was a bit difficult to answer. He sort of keeps to himself for the most part. I don't think I've ever really seen them away from the side of Blackbeard and I've not really had a chance to really interact with them properly. But if he was to be asked an honest impression, I think that Sammy is a loyal guy. Yeah, that was it. Pretty much everything I've seen so far tells me that once he's found someone to befriend, then he'll stick with them through it all and never leave their side. A true guardian angel. Avenger chortled as though he'd heard a joke. And by the side of a blackguard such as Edward Teach. Truly, there could be no more amusing a jest of the world than such a servant of God being the friend of a sinner. All right, when he put it like that then Ritska could see that there was sort of a funny side to it. Or perhaps ironic. Well, Ritska didn't have much to say that. Except one thing. I'm glad he has a friend. Avenger didn't say anything after that. He never slept as much as the others did. Or rather, it was Stolgina and Mercedes that slept while he remained awake. Avenger too, but he was somewhere in the hallway once again. It left only him and Shizuko, sitting beside one another. The silence was comfortable, he found himself more engrossed in it than usual. Whether because of exposure or through the comfort of another person, Ritska was sure this cell was starting to grow on him. He did not find it comfortable, but it was familiar. I never asked. He whispered to the girl beside him, but do you have any hobbies? A single tap on top of the back of his hand was the answer. Once for yes and 2 for no. Anything else took longer. But he smiled at the answer, he was glad to hear it. That's good. Another tap on his hand, his eyes glanced across as she raised her own hands up and then started to show off numbers. He watched, mentally counting through them one after another. Then she stopped and he hummed. Playing music, she said. What sort of instrument? Once more using her hands to cycle through numbers, he waited patiently for her to finish. A piano, huh? Something about that made him smile. There's someone in Chaldea that's rather famous for playing that sort of music, Mozart. He's a pretty famous musician. Her head tilted and she stared. Once more the hands were raised and lowered. Ritska thinned his lips. Once or twice. He's very good. Maybe I'll get to hear you play the piano as well. Or maybe he wouldn't. His eyes unconsciously fell upon her own for a moment and he considered whether it would be even possible for her to do anything like that again. He wanted to believe there was some way for her to do it, maybe someone could whip up some magical device for her if she came to Chaldea. Shizuko started to hum. It was a soft noise, gentle even. But it was almost hypnotic by the way she did it, a sound barely loud enough to be heard and yet impossible to ignore once it reached his ears. So he listened. Her head lolled from side to side as she continued to hum. Then she stopped. Was it over already? You're really good at that, aren't you? He remembered her humming him to sleep not long ago. He'd thought it was a beautiful noise then just as much as he found it pleasant to listen to now. There was a touch of red on her pale cheeks as she turned her head, drawing up her knees and hugging them close to her body. Was she trying to hide away a little smile there? Ritska muffled a laugh and turned away, feeling her send him a pouty glare. Then she was waving her hands again, glancing down and mentally counting the numbers, but she didn't get as far this time. She didn't need to after the last hymn. He just smiled and shook his head from side to side. Then remembered she was blind. No, I don't have a sister. But he did remember some of his juniors from school. Or some of the younger brothers and sisters that his friends had. Don't have a brother either. Only child. He leaned back, extending his legs out and letting them lay on the ground, his hands resting on his lap. I never thought about that before coming to Chaldea. Well, maybe I did, but it just wasn't something that occurred to me. She cycled through her hands again. You think I'd made a good brother, huh? Ritska shrugged his shoulders. I think it's something that, well, I don't spend as much time with them as their actual families do. Perhaps I'm only as good as I am because I deal with them in contained dosages and then don't see them. Shizuko shook her head from side to side. I think I'd be more suited to a younger sibling, to be honest. That way I don't have a lot of expectations on me to act really mature and sensible. With a silent giggle, she poked him in the cheek and gave a wry smile. Oh, she saw through that then, did she? Yes. He would be a terrible influence for maturity. That might have been why he was so good with the younger siblings of his friends as well, because he was something of a menace. I had someone complain to me about not having siblings. Shizuko raised a brow. I think she was just a little annoyed that I wasn't there to say I understood what she was talking about, and, to be honest, I don't think that if I had a brother they would be nearly as much trouble as him. Her face tightened. He's a simple enough guy. Ritska could say that much for Nar Alma. But he's not all that easy to get along with. Or maybe it was that Ritska knew he would be easy to get along with but just didn't want to be the sort of person who won that type of approval. Well, we're sort of stuck together now. Frowning, he looked up. And there's been a lot of problems nearby me with siblings lately. I know that my friends used to complain about them, but I just never thought it could be nearly as bad as this. Eyebrows furrowed just a touch. I guess it just. He sighed. Seeing families get pulled apart like that just makes me feel a little sad. That just wasn't what he associated with family. It was like they were supposed to be the one group of people you could count on. Hey, he turned to Shizuko. What's your family like? Her head tilted just a bit, her lips pulled thin. Then she started to wave her hands ever so slightly. His brows shot up. 5 brothers. Wow. More gestures. That you know of. Big family, I take it. His eyes slid towards the direction of her plucked wings before his smile dimmed a little. A thought occurred to him as he looked to Anthem but didn't really want to ask the question out of fear of what the answer would be. Though he wasn't so distracted as to not notice when her face dropped and she looked saddened. Her gestures grew slower. You didn't know them that well. She nodded slowly, hands dropping down. Then she turned her head just a bit and pulled her legs closer to herself once again, this time her wings folded down and hugged her body. You didn't get along with them, did you? Her head shake was almost tragically predictable. Sorry to hear that. Another one, was it? Did you want to? Her nod was a bit quicker this time, then she stopped and raised her hands again. Cycling through the numbers as he counted them up. I think that if you're willing to try, then that's what matters. She turned ever so slightly. You can't force them to get along with you because, well, then it probably wouldn't feel all that good. Maybe binding people together and saying, we need to be on good terms because we're family, is impossible, almost imprisoning. He sighed. My friends have been hurt by their family, maybe it isn't the same with you, but what I mean to say is. His hand came to rest on top of her head. You shouldn't blame yourself if they don't want to get along with you. I'm not saying don't love them, but you shouldn't force yourself if it hurts. The idea of forcing Gwendolyn to get along with his family when he despised them was troubling. Or maybe the problem was that a part of Gwendolyn still loved them so much. Until he knew for certain, then he wouldn't tell them to make any sort of decision regarding what to do. Whether they approached them or left them alone, he would support their choice. Much the same with Ash. He blinked, then removed his hand from the top of Shizuko's head and pulled it back. Sorry, moved on instinct there. Shizuko looked at him, head tilted, then smiled ever so slightly. Well, at least she didn't look mad. Her fingers moved again and he sighed. Again, I am an immature menace. And he wasn't the best role model beyond that. He'd probably worry about not being good enough for his younger siblings, especially with all the bad examples he had seen so far. People doing what they thought was right only for it to have awful ramifications. Ritsuko worried about that. His penchant for getting along with people who were objectively terrible, but he just could not help himself. It was incorrigible, in a way. She was signing out numbers again, then he cringed and rolled his eyes. Please do not start calling me that. She did it again, much slower this time and leaning forwards to hold the fingers right in his face to make sure he knew she was spelling out the letters. With a playful shove, he knocked her hands away. Oi. Then she was poking and prodding him in the cheeks, a little humming laugh in the back of her throat. I was being serious, you know. A softer smile made its way onto his lips. If you're going to pick someone, you should at least pick someone who is reliable. Even as he said the words, it was easy to imagine the disapproving stare that Mash would fix him with if she heard such things. Shizuko nudged him. Apparently even without Mash here, there was someone to say something. No, it's right. It was something he couldn't deny. I'm not really what people seem to think I am. I've had them rely on me before and it just didn't work out. Not when it mattered. He looked around the cell. The guilt could not be ignored. I don't think I'm like you or Mercedes. Bad things happened because of me. Because he let them happen. The pulling on his sleeve turned sharpener. He glanced down and saw the clear disapproval on the silent girl. No amount of disapproval would change it though. It's not that I'm going to quit, don't worry about that. The last thing he wanted to do was give off that impression. I'm going to see this through until the end, but at the same time, do you think it makes you a bad person if you make a choice that everyone disagrees with because you think it's the right one? A question he held for so long. Because I made a choice like that. A question he'd not wanted to ask. And the worst thing is that I don't know if I regret making that choice or not because. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and folded his arms. This was unfair of him. Unloading all of this onto Shizuko when she could hardly give him the proper response. He wasn't supposed to be making other people fret over him now. Nor could he afford to start doubting himself. Pulling on his sleeve drew his eyes open once again. Shizuko raised her fingers slowly and went through them one after another. The right choice, huh? Wasn't that the question? Everyone warned me against it. I just ignored them and did it anyway. Do you think that makes me a bad person? Shizuko was still for a few moments, her lips drawn thin and head cocked to the side. Then slowly but surely, her head shook from side to side. Her hands raised, the numbers flew from her fingers and he pieced together the letters one after another. It was a slow-coming answer. You did as well, did you? That was a bit surprising for him to hear. Is that what drove you and your brothers apart? Her expression was strained, like she didn't know how to answer the question. Then she shrugged and looked away. Sorry if that was rude. Another shake of the head and a comforting smile. Her hands moved again, he raised a brow at her next word. Faith, huh? Leaning back, he rested his head against the wall. He wasn't all that nice. Actually, he was a real jerk at times and had this habit of talking down to you. That was the thing he remembered most. He could get angry really easily and acted recklessly when that happened. When it first happened, what should have really been the trigger warning to not trust them as much? And honestly, I can get why he wasn't all that popular when I explained it to them. Really, I was the one who spent time with him and I never really thought he was actually a nice guy. I think it was something of a convenience. We both just wanted to live. But that was it. So I think, what did he think? I understood him really quickly. Oh, yes, that was it. I think it was that, I understood him instantly. Ritska found himself shrugging. I just wanted to think that we could work together because of that. I don't know if he felt the same way at the time, but his lips were thin and his throat was dry. But he didn't have any tears left to shed. The confession came out rather easily. Almost like he was over it. He used my body to kill people. People who trusted me. But he wasn't over it. His eyes could sometimes still see it happen when he went to sleep, sometimes feel that splatter of warmth on his fingers and the sticky sensation when he washed his hands. Like there was something coating them that just wouldn't come off. I trusted him, and then he made me kill people. He looked down at Shizuko. Does that make me a bad person, for trusting someone who is a bad guy against the advice of all the people who were just, really good? They all knew what they were talking about. Shizuko stared at him. Even with a blind on, it felt like she was looking into his eyes. Then she shook her head. Leaning forwards, her body rested against his own with a faint hum emanating from her. The plucked wing moved up and folded around. It wasn't all that comfortable to feel sliding against his nape, but he wasn't going to shake it off either. Shizuko raised her hands and went through them one at a time. He counted it all in silence. Being an honest person isn't a sin. That was what she said. In what way was he honest? Did she mean the confession or the way he approached things? Because he was pretty sure that it was just stupid and he had been told enough that it was reckless. No, he didn't need to be told it was reckless anymore. He knew that. All he wanted to know left was, if he was a bad person because of it. He felt like he should have been. There was only so much that an excuse such as his would have taken him. Maybe he was thinking of this all because of that last avatar of judgment, or perhaps it had all been born because of this place itself. This prison where sinners lived. Maybe he was a sinner as well, and that was why he had been drawn here in the first place, not just because of the King of Mages. The hold on his right hand was tight. He looked down as Shizuko's fingers curled around his own in a tight grasp. Not painful, but it would be one not easily removed. Almost comforting. Was he just getting lost in his own head again? It sounded pretty strange for him to want to have this answered, but he didn't know if the answer was the right one or not. What's this? His eyes snapped up and across. Avenger stood at the entrance. I thought I heard the sound of lamentation, but to think that it was you who would be wailing as such, Master. Surely this is not a prelude to your abandonment, is it? Ritsuka pushed himself up to his feet, separating his hand from Shizuko's. This and that are two separate things. Avenger looked unconvinced. Are they truly? Or are you compelled forth by such things? A desire to live indeed has carried you forth, but for what purpose would that be? Head tilted, his eyes narrowed. Guilt, perhaps. Avenger said that so mockingly that it annoyed him a little. Ritsuka frowned. Are you saying I shouldn't feel guilt? Not at all. The servant frowned. You are their master, their deaths fall squarely upon your own as a result of your actions, yet that is no more different than a captain being responsible for the crew of their ship. There is fault with you just as there could be fault with another. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Make no mistake, I shall not suffer the presence of those who abscond with guilt, Master. Injustice is something that I shall not overlook in any capacity. Somehow that was an answer that didn't surprise him in the least. But that was not all that he figured Avenger came to talk about. Folding his arms, he thinned his lips. Are you here to say there's another judgment hall to clear then? Were we not speaking of guilt mere moments ago? I am surprised you would so quickly wish to discard a topic. Unless you are of the opinion that my words would be of little interest on the matter. Ritsuka did not answer for a couple seconds. Did he actually want to hear what Avenger had to say? Could it hurt? All right then. Maybe it couldn't hurt all that much more than what he already thought. This is a guilt which has long since remained, Even for a temporary master it is unsightly for me. Ritsuka twitched. Well, he was very sorry that Avenger thought his guilt was unsightly. All while you lament, I sense that the one responsible still walks free, else you would not have been feeling such things. Do you not recall our conversation from the hall of that vile woman? To shout is natural, to scream is normal, and to rage is expected. With a flourish of movement, Avenger stepped back. Questions of guilt. Such nonsense indeed. This is a hall of sinners by which none can escape. All who come here have sinned in some capacity or another, it is without a doubt. Yet is it not a sin of God to also kill? Have you not done that in abundance? Phrasing it like that is misleading. Ritsuka snapped quickly. I'm not some crazed killer. Avenger raised a brow. I recall making no such statement that you were. Though even should it be blood shed with your hands, it is merely a tool if the mind is not at work. All those you have slain as you walk here, they are all of your own choosing, are they not? His own choosing. Not much of a choice. Grunting back, he rolled his jaw. Avenger inclined his head. Yet a choice all the same. To act is to sin. To choose is to sin. If there has been no choice, then there has been no sin. That sounded like a riddle. I made a choice and then bad things happened. Now they wore an expression of exhaustion. Then your sin was the choice, but not what befell after. To claim otherwise is the height of arrogance and makes you look quite the fool, temporary master. Ritsuka thinned his lips. It sounded almost like an attempt at comfort. But he did not think Avenger would do that. Why? Because it is unsightly. Avenger scowled. For these reasons did I abandon the King of Mages. To act without anger and to see guilt without cause. There is no true-born sin within you to warrant such despair. The King of Mages. What do you? I am no Abby Faria to soothe your soul. That response came rather quickly and somewhat heated. I would merely see you suffer for your own sins, not for others. It would be vile to see something otherwise. That, Ritsuka just folded his arms and stared. He did not know what answer to give to that. Now then. Avenger turned on his heel for the gate of the cell. There comes another hall. Remain true to yourself and perhaps you might live. That desire for life. That will to continue. He knows it. He knows it well. He feels the same. But he knows one other who feels it. The one who brought his mind from the brink. They are here too. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 11. She got invited out to talk. So that was nice. And by him no less. How interesting. But having a talk outside in some dull cafeteria was rather boring and she figured that he could use a distraction, so she invited him back to her, his old room and sat waiting a short time for his arrival. The knock of the door was something of a surprise. Turning her head, she cocked a brow and then called out. Enter. A moment later, the door slid open and Ash stepped in with a cape flowing behind him, coming to a dead stop inside her room as the dark fabric brushed past and over the top of his armor. When it came to standing around looking like a pair of shut curtains, there were few who seemed to be as menacing. As expected of her retainer. Surprised you didn't just teleport it. Not that she would have complained about it all that much, she would have brushed it off entirely as one of his little odd traits and given it no further thought. It is no longer my room. Ash replied with his usual monotone voice. As such, the rights of entry are no longer mine. A brief pause, then he looked down at her with a strange expression, like he was confused about something. Unless I have misunderstood. He hadn't. Nope, you're right. Waving a hand, she gestured to the cushion opposite her and across the table. His eyes, however, were not in a position to see the gesture as they were glancing about the room. His head on a near swivel in a way that reminded her eerily of a cat when it strolled into some new enclosure. Nobunaga found herself blinking at the odd comparison. Was he a cat in the guise of a human? Strange thoughts indeed that she could brood over another time. What? Impressed. Puffing out her chest, she folded her arms and let the confident smile wash over her lips. Surely you didn't expect me to let this newfound space go to waste, did you? Any room of the great Oda Nobunaga should reflect their incredible stature and exciting nature. That was to say that the room was rather brightly decorated and redesigned. It had taken a lot of time and quite a few bribes on the side. those that the manslayer would never find out about, but she had managed to gather the aid of a few servants to help decorate the room so that it was more in keeping with her own time period. A bit more bright than her own private quarters, but it was what it was. I am more impressed by the speed at which you accomplished this. Ash spoke with a slight hint of something more in his voice. It was some genuine praise that made her grin all the wider. When it came to praise he was sparse indeed, but that just made it more valuable. Of course having someone throw praise at you is never tiresome to hear, sometimes. Already, maybe she actually got tired of it when it happened at least 17 times in the span of a half an hour, all accompanied by the words of, as expected of Ne-sama, and all of that. Gay. Nobukatsu had ruined the idea of praise for her, hadn't he? Damn it. Oh well, couldn't be helped now. You could not have included Da Vinci, she would have made it plainly apparent what was happening and, therefore, it would have been known by those who interact with her on the regular. He turned and looked down at her, head cocked to one side. Pharaohs. She blinked and raised a brow. Since when did you start becoming all smart? Did I come across as stupid? He sounded a bit puzzled, his lips pulled tight across his face and his expression downcast with thought. Was he being self-conscious again? Man, forget about that. This time she made sure he did watch her as she gestured for him to sit down. You wanted to talk, right? Oh. Ash nodded and apparently remembered the reason why they had been here in the first place, though he briefly stopped when his eyes landed on the tea set which he had made her. Then his expression did something a little unpleasant with the way he looked like he was going to say something stupid. You do know I cannot taste, yes. Just sit down and drink what I put in front of you. Fortunately he had more sense than to argue with her. With a wordless nod he moved to the cushion and then lowered himself down. Nobunaga was more than prepared to offer critiques on his posture and seating style. Except he just did it flawlessly. What? She blinked once, then twice, then felt her body lean to the side as she observed him from an angle. Everything about his way of seating was completely fine. Rather, she would have thought he had spent a lifetime sitting like that. You done this before? Ash shook his head. No, but I prepared the necessary steps beforehand. He did. What was up with this preparation? Any reason? Even saying that, she got the feeling she knew what the answer would have been. Sure enough, he then proceeded to look her dead in the eye and said, in the event of being invited. I wished to lessen the burdens placed on you if my posture was incorrect. I am also familiar with the expected behavior of those present. He had such a serious face when he said that. Was he actually super prepared or something? It was a bit hard to believe this guy was the same person who had talked her through the process of how he could also make a bomb out of a tea set. Then again, she was also the same sort of person as well. So maybe this was just fate. Hey, good. With a curt nod of the head, she placed her hands on her hips. As expected of a retainer of mine to avoid turning into a fool. There can only be one fool here. Ash stared at her in utter silence. I'm not calling myself an idiot. I see. Reaching across, she started her work on preparing the tea. He could just sit there while she worked and speak with her. So then, what business do you have with me that I can offer some wisdom on? Unless he just wanted some tea with her, but she doubted that was simply the case. He was a very business type of person. Do you believe it's strange to hold a measure of trust towards an enemy? Nobunaga raised a brow as she stopped moving for a brief moment. An odd question, she supposed. Not really, no. But not one without an answer, and it was an answer she provided rather swiftly. It was clearly swifter than he thought it would be from the brief flicker of surprise in his eyes, but it quickly fell back away and was replaced by intrigue. He was definitely going to need some elaboration. If you fight an enemy often enough, you learn their patterns. You start to trust them to act in a certain way, or perhaps you're familiar with how they fight through accounts of them, and then you can prepare accordingly. Glancing up, she met his eyes and started to think that was not quite what he had meant. Or perhaps it was. Why? Ash frowned. It is Avenger. The guy who did the spooky shit in the tower. Yes. Ash looked at her with a face that was almost dry. That one. She snorted at him and shook her head, looking back down and continuing on. Is this some sort of solidarity between class that I'm sensing here? Because it's a fast become word that Avenger has his hands in this again. Though are you going to say that there is something else at work here? Quote. How do you figure that? How? She looked at him like he was stupid. Because he did just say something stupid. I would be a pretty bad lord if I couldn't tell something was amiss with my retainers. Ash gave her a look that was bemused. You were betrayed several times over. Sometimes twice. Quote. Okay, just kick me where it hurts, why don't you? Grumbling under her breath, she looked back down and cocked her head in a briefly admitting way. Okay, so he had her there. That didn't mean I didn't think that there was something amiss with those guys, you know. Wait, did that make her seem more or less stupid here? The expression on Ash's face was impossible to read, it betrayed nothing of his thoughts. You were correct in my thoughts on Avenger. He was just going to brush past that entire conversation. And I have spoken with Romani about such things, as I have done with Jeanne d'Arc. Now she could salvage her image. But you have clearly come to me because I am the foremost expert on this sort of thing, right? Ash tilted his head and kept staring at her. Quote. You did come here for my expertly advice, right? Quote. I came for advice. What the heck? Why was she feeling insulted all of a sudden? Get invited out for tea and go through all the trouble to get insulted at her own table in the room that she was gifted by the guy who made her the tea set in the first place. That was such a weird thing going on. So, you want to know if it's weird to trust Avenger? Ash nodded his head. Quote. Not really. She shrugged, not sure of what else to say. Most people would consider it strange to even trust someone else at all with their own life. It is your life, so why would you possibly think of letting another person have control over whether you are going to live or die? But that is just that. He didn't look like he understood her words. Not much she could do there. It was what it was. You're an Avenger and he is an Avenger. It's a pretty rare class, it seems, so I figure that just as one ruler would probably understand the view of another, then you would probably understand another Avenger as well. It didn't translate over to other classes. Some of those guys valued doing stuff with bows and arrows. Shooting things was much quicker and easier. But back to the matter at hand. If your gut is telling you that perhaps you should trust this guy, then no amount of common sense or logic is going to change your mind. That was her experience with all of this. Yet it was expected when his brows furrowed. The logic of the matter is not based on an emotional response on my part. Merely an examination of what I know of Edmond Dantes from his past as well as from previous encounters. It's a gut feeling. Quote. You can just admit that I'm right. There's no shame in it. Quote. You are not inaccurate. Wow. Was he a sore loser or something? She was learning so much from this brief talk. So all you wanted to know was whether it was normal. Yeah, good news is that this is pretty normal. Heck, with how those cults work, they can go from trying to cut off someone's head one moment and then drinking with them the next. They are a contentious people. Ash folded his arms, nodding his head along with her words. As for me, pointing to herself, she pursed her lips. I've been betrayed more than a few times by the same guys who worked for me. Working with people who have betrayed or fought against you is nothing new. When you're on the quest of unifying all of Japan by force, people you try to kill are also the guys who are gonna be bowing their heads to you before the end of the day. Then we speak of a mutually beneficial alliance. Mutually beneficial. Yeah, that sounded about right to her. Probably. She shrugged her shoulders. Sounded like this Dantes fellow had some problems with the King of Mages, and after we pounded him into the dirt, it would make sense that if he really wanted to keep picking fights with them, he should join us. Eyes flicking up, she could tell that Ash looked a bit more relaxed at this answer. Losers should really listen to the winners, right? That's the whole point of winning in the first place. It means that your way was the right one and should be followed. We won, so that means he should just shut up and get with the program. His expression grew less tense and confused, the understanding flattened out and he nodded his head up and down. Though it then stopped, his lips thinned and he looked a bit constipated. That is the logic of Nar Alma, and I am troubled by how deeply I find it makes sense to me. Oh, that guy. Nobunaga rolled her eyes. There is some saying about a broken clock telling the right time twice a day. Just because he makes one good point amidst a sea of nonsense does not make him some unassailable figure of wisdom. She jerked a thumb at her chest. That's my job here. So if you're coming out for advice, listen to me and ignore the others. I managed to unify most of Japan and that guy couldn't even destroy a theme park and then got beaten up by a literal kid and a music band. Heck, saying it out loud now was hilarious. That was such an embarrassing way to die. At least she got betrayed and surrounded by an actual army. Ash looked down, face scrunched up in thought. Was he still not convinced or was something else bothering him now? When is the loser decided? Now that was a good question. Normally whenever the spirit breaks or the person understands that there is no winning. Some guys are crazy and will just keep on fighting until the bitter end. Maybe this Avenger is one of those types that believes they shall have to die before they accept that they have lost. I really don't know. Haven't met the guy. She wasn't all that sure what her impression of him was from the second-hand information that she had gotten. The guy laughed a lot and sounded like some sort of poet that loved the sound of his own voice. What could there possibly be left to say? Also they were weirdly obsessed with hell. I see. Ash replied, stoically. Then it is not unusual. You know what Master is like, right? Nobunaga would stand up and shout that he was just having some of the traits of Master rubbed off on him. Which included staring at otherwise untrustworthy people and then turning around and going, yeah, I can work with this and calling it a day. Ash actually looked rather surprised by her implication. Like he had not considered it. Then he started to give a long and thoughtful gaze down at the table, as if it held all the secrets of the world. It didn't, but he looked busy doing it. Really, this seemed like a rather minor issue for her to have answered. There's no need to overcomplicate it, she said, sliding the teacup across once she had finished with it. His gaze moved towards it as she went for her own. It's a gut feeling you have. Trying to explain it won't change the fact it is what it is. Ash was silent as he reached down, taking the cup and holding it up. His sip was rather quiet, almost without sound, but he lowered it down and inclined his head in a short but respectful bow. She wasn't going to bother asking if he enjoyed the tea or not, because she was fully aware that he wouldn't be able to taste a single thing. But it was more often than not about the ceremony than the actual drinking. Hey, he looked at her. Don't beat yourself up if this guy turns out to be an asshole. That doesn't mean you were wrong. Because that was something else she saw him doing. He'd probably be disappointed in himself for being led astray, or some other such nonsense. Just means you made a mistake this time. Well, only the future knows and all that. She sipped her own tea. Also, next time, I'll pick the conversation topic. If you wish. Ritsuko was starting to guess what was next. The last few had been giving him more than enough clues. If this followed the same pattern, that was to say, and while he might have been a little slow to get the answer sometimes, he did get there in the end. What sin would this be, then? Avenger answered swiftly. You are to face the avatar of gluttony. Gluttony, huh? He could already make a guess as to who he would find in there this time. That right? Oh. Avenger's voice suddenly prickled with interest. He felt their eyes on him long before the servant turned his head about. And what is this change of your mood, Master? I dare say that there is something deceptively eager in your words. Mayhaps you hold some guess for who it is that resides in the chamber. Of course Avenger would have picked up on this. Or maybe Ritsuko wasn't all that subtle. On his shoulders, he felt Shizuko tighten her hold ever so slightly, almost in a comforting manner, or an attempt to do so. Ritsuko exhaled and continued on, not rising to the bait of Avenger. I know of a few people I've met that would fit into the role of it, so I'm preparing myself. Remembering how they fight. Avenger's eyes sharpened further, the smile widened on his lips. It was an expression Ritsuko felt no comfort in being under. Come now, master. Must you tread so blatantly around the truth of the matter? Suppose the servant who lies in our path is one that you have never before met. Suppose they are a figure you know but are allies with. I dare say you would never show such enthusiasm. Maybe I just want it over and done with as quickly as possible. Even as he said it, Ritska knew it was an excuse that was never going to work. The sudden frown on the face of Avenger, the burning warning in his eyes, was proof enough of that. Avenger stopped, turned to face him completely, and moved to block off his advance. Would you dare conceal your rage from me, master? Would you follow the path of the woman and consider it shameful to unveil? I can assure you. The smile was crooked and almost goading. There are few who would judge you in these darkened halls. I'd judge me. Ah, the nature of self-reflection. It was spoken with a voice bordering mocking. Is that to be your defense? Surely you can indulge yourself in part, O master mine. Are there truly no servants that you would feel no guilt over slaying? If you were to find yourself before them. Ritska tightened his face, looking right into Avenger's eyes. He knew the answer. Or he hoped he did. But it would not change. Whether I know them or not, it's been made clear that there is only one path forwards. He moved around Avenger, adjusting Shizuko on his back and clenching his jaw. The excuse of it being a servant he knew giving them an advantage felt like ash on his tongue. He could not even say those words. Who knows? Ritska said with a shrug. It might be someone else, but I'm just preparing. Because if it was gluttony being represented by who he was sure was a shoo-in for the role, then it would definitely pay for him to be more than a little cautious about engaging them. Also, he wasn't sure if he would feel too bad afterwards, mostly because he didn't much interact with them beforehand either and his understanding of them was limited solely to their victims. And the fact he had fought them in the past. Gluttony. Stoljina made a noise of disgust. I can think of only that false and foul-natured saint. Avenger made a noise of sudden interest, which probably did not bode well for him at the moment when it came to shirking away questions. Is this someone that you have all met in the past? Mercedes cut right to the heart of the matter. You could say that. Ritska grumbled with a shake of the head. He's not a nice guy and we'll leave it at that. Because spending more time on the subject was something he didn't want to consider. If only because it was easy for him to justify feeling no guilt over it. Ritska tightened his frown as he tried to bury those feelings, but it was difficult. Very difficult. More so when Avenger all but slinked up beside him and wore a knowing grin upon his face, like he'd seen through every single one of his efforts to avoid the subject matter. Because, apparently, when it came to Avenger, he just knew the absolute best thing to say if he wanted you to get upset or discomforted. Would you relish his death, master? Relish. ... We fought before and we won. Ritska grunted. As far as I'm concerned, we're square with one another after that time. I'm not friends with him and we've not shared much in the way of words with one another. What else was there to say? Aldrich was unpleasant. The chuckle from Avenger was bordering amused. I thought you would relish the chance to meet one of such a dubious nature as this fellow, master. Is it not your way to surround yourself with figures otherwise reviled by history? What? Ritska had to stop and turn, staring at him. Where did you get that? Elizabeth Bathroy. His jaw snapped shut. Nero Claudius. Avenger's expression was blank, even as he spoke each name without an ounce of emotion. Giles de Rais. Edward Teach. Sullivan. Lancelot. Even that newest lancer who has joined hands in your ranks. Mesmer. What about him? Something must have shown on his face, for Avenger looked far more amused than moments prior. Oh, it seems as though you were blind to some of your servant's crimes, master. Might I suggest, if you should ever leave this place, that it would do you some good to become elucidated on their nature. His brows pinched. Even my kindred Avenger who follows you is no innocent soul nor a righteous knight. Your Chaldea is a den that gathers sinners and saviors alike. Yet what is that if not a chance in perspective? For does the headsman not look like a champion of justice for all but the one who watches the blade fall? Ritska wasn't stupid enough to not see what this was about. Fine. Servants in Chaldea have colored pasts, I know that. I understand that. It doesn't change my personal feelings towards them. Shizuko was shifted on his back to make her posture more comfortable. I'm not there to judge them for it. Avenger inclined a brow. But would you not be more comforted by the knowledge the one you fought was one whom you made no connection with? Or, perhaps, that he is one that has wronged a friend of yours? Ritsuka turned his eyes into a glare. That made him sound exceedingly petty. To hold a grudge over a person who was already dead. Who were both dead. It wasn't like Gwendolyn hadn't done bad things either. Ash was no great fan of the archer, but at the same time. Ritsuka thinned his lips, then turned his head away. What, exactly, do you want me to say here? Resuming the walk, he was aware of Avenger in step with him. I want to hear the truth of you, Master. Do you fear what you shall discover if you can make friends with this one? I know if I speak to him that I'm going to understand him. In some small way, I know that. You are a master, Avenger commented. Is that not what is right for you? Yeah, that was supposed to be what was right for him. Perhaps any other time, Ritsuka could accept it. But, ... You talk about vengeance a lot. He turned and looked at Avenger. Could you imagine someone doing something horrible to you, unspeakably evil, and then your friend knows all of this, and when they meet that person, they just talk with them? Learn of their reasons and come to accept them. Could you really do something like that? He did not know if Avenger would understand it. Or perhaps if he even wanted Avenger to understand it. Shizuko tightened her hold further, though it remained an effort of a calming embrace. But Ritsuka's focus lay with Avenger. And with a face that was indiscernible. Are you ashamed of your nature, Master? That you might come to understand the depravity of man? Should that come as a shock that you, as a human, might come to understand the motivations of another human? I think it's the fact I would treat him as a person. It was not about him. It was about Gwendolyn. It was about how he would be seen. Working with these sorts of people, and not only coming to learn about them, but to understand them as well. Even if he disagreed with their end goals, he would know them as people. And what was worse was that a part of him wanted to do that. It had only been the friendship with Gwendolyn that kept him from speaking on the regular with Sullivan or Aldrich. But it was fast becoming something he couldn't justify. He was a master. He was supposed to work with his servants, no matter who they were. And maybe a part of him did want to understand why they would do what they did. Or maybe he already understood that. Sullivan. He knew Sullivan, knew what drove him. It had been clear. Sullivan thought the ends justified the means when it came to saving the world, answers that were cold and ruthless. Do you fear to be seen as a monster if you can gaze into the eyes of a monster without flinching? Ritsuka clenched his jaw at having it put so bluntly. He shrugged. ... You say monster, but... Ritsuka gulped and closed his eyes. ... Is that really true? When they opened, Avenger was looking right at him with a sharp gaze. Expectant as well, like they were on the verge of listening to something they had been waiting for. There was an eager nature about them. ... You say monster, but really, they're just people. People who did bad things. People who made awful choices for their own reasons. Maybe their reasons didn't make sense to him, maybe they didn't need to. As long as they made sense to the person. Ritsuka sighed and shook his head, walking on. That, Master, is the singular truth of the world. There are no monsters. There are only men. What bollocks. Ritsuka tripped a step and very nearly fell over. Eyes wide, he stumbled for a moment and stomped down to avoid hitting the ground, yet the shock remained. That had definitely been the voice of Stolgina, but that was definitely a rather vulgar word. He turned his head right the way back around and found himself gazing at her apathetic gaze. Complaining about such things. Surely you have more sense than that as a squire of mine. What? Stolgina rolled her eyes, then folded her arms. Is it truly difficult to comprehend? To have everyone who works under you be perfect is a luxury that few are rarely afforded. Those in command are not allowed to pick and choose personalities if they are competent for the job. Her gaze hardened, lip curled down. The gods know that there are a great many fools I would care to do without, but it is the matter of the leader to showcase they can rise above such concerns and demonstrate themselves as willing and able to compromise. Before he knew it, she had strut forwards and stabbed a finger into his chest, her eyes peering deep into his own. You fear understanding those of disturbed mind. On the contrary, it should be something you embrace. What? She pulled her hand back, then placed it on her hip. You are my squire, and I'll not have you seeding doubts in your mind while I am here to sweep away those weeds of unease. The weeds of what? I embrace it. What was she saying? Stolgina sighed, like he was the one who wasn't making sense. Leaders compromise. They place the value of the mission above their own personal feelings. Such is the burden of being the one who commands others. Prioritizing your emotions beyond your duty shall lead you only down the path of torment and discomfort. Every second choice shall be second-guessed. He could start to understand what she was saying. Yet even if she said as such, I hold rank within Chaldea as well, squire. You think that I have not suffered the same troubles that plague you now. Just as the servants fall under your responsibility, you are equally my own. Her hand flattened out, then dropped on his head with a light chop. You are the master who has managed to wrangle numerous servants that I would never think of such. I regard that as a talent to be nurtured. Skill as a warrior or skill as a mage. Such things can be replaced, but leaders, those who can join hands with all walks of life, are a rare commodity. Her hand pulled back and he had the chance to look up at her. Those eyes of hers were much softer, her lips curled into a small but earnest smile. Any who work under me shall suffer no doubts nor troubles. That is my function as your commanding knight. Do not apologize for your talents, nor should you force yourself to refrain from what your gut tells you. What his gut told him. Hang on a moment here. Didn't you complain about me talking with suspicious servants or something? Pale cheeks burst to life with a pink hue. That is obviously me worrying about your safety. Use your head for a moment. Why should I suddenly accept it even if you say it's fine? You're making this much too complicated. I am. Of course, nitwit. Nitwit. Nincompoop. Ritska snorted and tried to keep his face straight. He vaguely understood he was being insulted here, but it was such an insult that sounded amazingly childish. Shizuko was shuddering behind him and on his shoulders. He was rather sure that was laughter he could feel. Not that Stolgina seemed to notice. You want to go out there and make friends with creatures born of Ezelith's flames, or with stray magi that were ousted for madness. Then you can set your mind to it. If any cannot accept that as a part of you, then they are rejecting who you are as a person. Then she looked down. But understand this, even if any and all should reject you, even if they shall not see you for who you are, as your superior, as the knight who commands you, you can be certain that I shall always acknowledge you as my subordinate. Her chest puffed out and she almost seemed to grow taller. Ritska found it hard to tear his eyes away. Wow. As expected of the director. It's Esser. Yes, Esser. Maybe he was letting this place get to him too much. His smile brightened as he started to notice the effects of her speech catch up with the not director. The redness of her face was growing brighter and then she abruptly strode past him, calling back over her shoulder. As long as you understand. Ritska understood. He glanced at Avenger, who looked, oddly content. A curious woman who follows you, or perhaps it is the other way around. Yet I shall not speak for her words, as they are hers and hers alone. Ritska furrowed his brows a touch, it felt like Avenger was building up to something. Yet there was wisdom in that tirade. A man is nothing more than his nature. To deceive others of what lurks beneath is an insult to them and a lie. No true friendship, nor understanding, could possibly be born or endure with such a lie. A well-intentioned lie is still a lie, you mean? Avenger nodded his head, but it remains your choice. I do not abide liars. Ritska snorted. You ever met Kiyohime? The name is known to me, yet I have not met her. She'd probably like you for that line alone. An intolerance of liars. Avenger made an odd face. It is through personal preference and little else. I shall freely omit details should I so desire, but to speak of pure falsehoods is something I am above. Ritska hummed. Yeah, I got the feeling you were that sort of guy. Avenger was probably hiding some things, but he didn't lie. Sure, getting answers was still hard though. which was a bit annoying sometimes. Still, Ritska turned his eyes towards the retreating shape of Stoljina, who stopped and turned back with an impatient gaze. He could not help but smile a bit wider. Maybe he was making too big of a deal out of all of it. It was hard to say. But perhaps it was simply the responsibility. And it was hard to argue when someone like the director was throwing out such earnest praise of him. Shizuko was shifted off his back and into the arms of Mercedes once again. Okay, so the two of you wait here until we come back out. Mercedes thinned her lips, then looked somewhat apologetic. I apologize that I cannot. Hey, Ritska silenced her with a wave of the hand. You being here is enough for me. Really, you don't need to keep apologizing for all of it. Just wait for us to come back and then we can all walk to our cozy little cell until the next stroll comes for us, alright? Mercedes hesitated for a moment, then her eyes softened and her smile returned. She nodded her head. It was much easier on his heart when she looked as relaxed as that. Well, no sense in putting it off any longer. I am curious if there is praise to be offered here, Master. Oh, he wasn't sure he liked the look of that smile. What do you mean, Avenger? He asked as he approached the doors, laying his hands flat on them and preparing for a push. You have managed to find women who patiently await your return in hell. Ritska had to take a moment to comprehend that comment. He turned and looked right at Avenger. Was he being teased here? It definitely felt like he was right now. His eyes narrowed at the servant as they only looked back with that same smirk on their face. Goodness sake. They're waiting for you as well, you know. That wiped the smile from Avenger's face. Such nonce. Make sure you're not too careless, Avenger. The comment of Mercedes was well timed, almost suspiciously so, to speak right over the top of the servant before he could make a rebuttal. Ritska glanced over his shoulder towards the perfectly innocent face of Mercedes and the teasing grin of Shizuko. He and Stoljina shared a brief glance with one another. Now he was rather certain the two of them were thinking much the same thing, more so as he could feel his own lips curl into a grin right as Stoljina sported the same expression, their combined gaze twisting back upon Avenger. To his credit, the man showed no reaction. Ritska doubted he could have done the same in his position, but perhaps Avenger was one of those people with an amazing poker face. Probably. Shame they didn't have cards. He always wanted to try poker. Oh well. If you can keep your mirth, then perhaps it shall serve you well. The avatar beyond this seeks to consume everything that exists. Not just the flesh or even the spirit, but the memories and the soul itself. Avenger rested his hands flat on the door, gaze stern. They are a ravenous maw, few escape from their teeth and fewer still ever live to speak of an encounter with them. Ritska took in a deep breath. Well, he was feeling a bit more confident than normal. Maybe it was because the end was getting in sight now. Or perhaps he was growing more determined, if that was even possible. Or maybe it was because he had such capable people backing him up now that he didn't want to worry. All of those were valid reasons. But perhaps it didn't matter. Ritska could just feel how this was going to go. Who doesn't enjoy being an exception? Avenger found that funny. Ritska was sure that might have been one of the few times Avenger actually laughed that didn't end up being absurdly loud or extremely exaggerated. It was a nice laugh. But there came a point where the laughter ended. Ritska braced himself against the door and started to push. As with before, the door required all his might, but the give of it was much smoother as before. Once it moved, it was an act of ease. Yet when it was no more than a mere crack open, Ritska felt his eyes water. The stench burned up his senses and right into his eyes. He reared back and covered his mouth. The reflex to gag was strong indeed. Not even Avenger remained unaffected. The souring of his face betrayed his own disgust with the scent. That stench. Ritska scowled, moving his hands back to the door. I've smelled it before. And he started to push with resumed might. Wah! Shock slipped from him. The door abruptly lost all resistance as he slipped forwards, immediately aware of his ankles being drenched in something as splashing echoed all about him. He stumbled as the door, the one which required so effort to push, let out a rattling shriek as it was torn clean from its hinges. The sight gripped him for a half-second as he watched it sail through the air and come crashing down with an almighty thud and a wet splat. The murky and oily substance erupted from the site of the fall. Ritska immediately drew his eyes to the tendril, the tentacle of rotting meat and dirtied bone, as it snaked back around and thrust itself right towards him. He reared back, but never needed much more. A blur of bronze batted it aside, followed by a shout and a splashing sound. The vile mixture splashed along the front of his clothes and then he felt it start to burn, quickly whipping his hands back and forth to remove it, but his focus was drawn from the sudden flashes of movement all around. As if the very room came to life. It was a sight pulled from a horror film. Gore lined the walls, a foul gurgling sound rumbled from every angle and all the worse, he could see the protrusions from the wall and feel the weights in the liquid around him. The feeling of something solid bouncing off his shins as he pulled away and launched himself a short distance. It was a sickly warmth, even moist. His brow was dirtied quickly and the smell was the worst of it all. He very nearly slipped over as he found his balance, arms flailing back and forth to center himself, and briefly his eyes dropped down to the sight of something bobbing up amidst the sludge. For a brief second, he entertained the thought of it as a pale rock. At least until the rippling waves shifted and turned it over. Then he found himself staring at the top half of a skull, a decidedly human one at that. It was such an odd thing, he noted rather quickly. It's smaller than my head. Ritska just sort of stared at it. His brain not really catching up with anything past that. So distracted. Master. Avenger shouted and heat washed past him, flares of blue burned past him and the scent of burning filled his nose. In that instant, his eyes tore away from the ground and to where the burning tendrils of meat recoiled away from him, the silhouette of Avenger standing before a curtain of fire, hands aglow. Can you truly afford to be caught up? Has the mere sight of horror turned your confidence to dust in the wind? Heck no. Ritska snapped back at him, pulling his face tight as his eyes glanced around. Avenger cackled, but he was not focusing on the response of the servant. Mainly on their surroundings and what it all appeared to be. If he were to hazard a guess. The walls. Of course. Damage the walls as much as you can. Actually, just attack everything. Explaining would take too long, but they did as he asked without much in the way of hesitation. Ritska was sure that he was right in his assumption. In mere moments, blue and golden tore through the masses of flesh and bone, smashing the rock underneath and scorching their surroundings. With each burning hiss and sizzle, with each smashing cut and ripping pull, he could see the vibrations of the room grow more and more intense. Almost agonized. The wet gurgling and rumbling from all around sounded to him like someone with an upset stomach, and if he knew anything about the tales of Aldrich, they were to be taken rather literally with what happened to them. Not to mention he remembered his fight with them in Rome, the room they stood upon. And how it was nothing more than Aldrich themselves, that vile and murky depth. They were all basically just standing inside of his stomach. And didn't that knowledge make him feel more than a little queasy? Something about this made him feel on edge, like there was something behind him. So he did the sensible thing. He hurled himself towards the closest servant at the time, which happened to be Stoljina, and whipped his head about to face whatever was behind him. It was a good thing he did, because it allowed him to see the gaping mouth which had grown from the wall, the long crooked fangs which seemed to be made from sharpened bones snapped down where he had been, dragging themselves back and fading away into the wall, dispersing like some sickening puddle. There is too much of this filth. Stoljina's curse came through what sounded like gritted teeth. Ritska knew that, so he called over his shoulder at her. How much damage can your noble phantasm do? A small pause, he already saw Avenger tense and move closer towards him. Then, from behind himself, he heard Stoljina give a huff. It is more than enough to clear away the slime of this wretch. That was good enough for him. He pushed away and ran for Avenger, who shot burning flashes right at him. Or, well, right at the left and right of him. Ritska dared not turn to see what Avenger was shooting at, but he heard the splats and the sizzles of whatever it was being reduced to something cooked. Sliding through the muck right up beside the servant, he muttered. We better move off. Quite so. Next thing Ritska was aware of was the arm looping around him and the shield being thrown at them. Make use of that. Stolgina commanded. And keep him safe. You would doubt me. Avenger laughed as Ritska was pulled alone. Before long the two of them were beside the door they had entered through, then Avenger slammed the rounded shield down and pulled Ritska behind it. It was a rather tight and discomforting grip on the back of his neck, like he was luggage. Now, Esser. And just to be sure. Momentary reinforcement. He activated the mystic code and saw the flash of light briefly encircle the knight, then was dragged back down behind the shield, not before he saw her take hold of the axe with both hands and hold it aloft. But she would probably need time. So his eyes snapped up at Avenger, a clear command in them. Then witness these flames prove that not all hunger might be sated. Avenger howled with glee, standing up and thrusting his arms back and forth without pause. It was rather awe-inspiring at the speed at which the servant moved. It's not something I wanted to show the likes of you, but needs be. Stolgina roared. From past the rim of the shield, Ritska watched as the room was suddenly bathed in light. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, dragged up, and he could feel the shift in the air as he nestled himself closer to the shield and tensed himself. Witness the strength of old Hunt's vile cur. Fulgur cadence. To say what followed was a crash could not quite be overstated. It was a sound that eclipsed, that drowned out, everything else in the room. It could hardly even be called anything more than noise. Pure, unadulterated, noise. Lighting peeled past his eyes and the shield he hid behind rattled and shuddered, a violent jolting rolled across it and he could feel the temperature rise in the room itself. All while the light burned bright. And then, just as quickly as it came, it ended, leaving only a ringing in his ears and a terrible throbbing in his temple. Wasn't he supposed to be some sort of soul ghost? How could he even get a headache? Blinking a few times, he peered over the rim of the shield and into the center of the room where Stolgina stood. Axe embedded in the ground, she gave a grunt as she ripped it free and exposed the fact she was now a full foot shorter than she had been moments prior. Though mostly on account of the fact she was standing in the center of a rather wide crater. All around he could see the scorched embers of meat that had been exposed to the attack, peeling away from the walls and dropping down into the now steaming slime. It was a rather vile sight. But Ritska did not lower his guard yet, rather, he anticipated something else about to happen. Which would be emergency evasion. He shot his hand out and Stolgina vanished. A maw taller and wider than she stood dropped down from above and clamped around empty air. Or rather, it just appeared from out of nowhere as it emerged from the darkness. The speed at which it did so had been terrifying, for something as large as that to just move. Stolgina emerged a moment later, swinging at the mass of meat and bone. It vanished back into shadow with a gurgling that sounded almost like laughter, but that could have also been the chains rattling as the unseen mass moved amongst them. Ritska glared for the signs of movement, then gave Avenger a mental nudge. In that instant, the ceiling above was bathed under a torrent of fire. He waited. Even a servant tough enough to endure Stolgina's noble phantasm at point-blank range couldn't have done so without some damage. Aldrich definitely had toughness, but he couldn't remain on the defensive or he would die. He'd probably be looking for an easy victory. Which meant, Avenger, move. Ritska launched himself and slammed his body into the servant. Really, he hadn't been thinking much, and whether or not he actually moved the servant at all never really entered his mind. By some miracle, Avenger was in the process of doing just what he shouted. Except much better. In the blink of an eye, the pair of them were across the other side of the room as the sludge just dropped down and onto the spot where they had been. My shield. Ritska winced at the almost heartbroken and horrified yell. Watching as the shield they cowered behind was smothered under the nasty mass of rotting flesh, the blob twisting and growling as it started to unfurl and peel outwards, parts of it ballooned and split. He wanted to vomit then and there, just watching it made him feel sick to his stomach. Then a central mass emerged, a long peeling tendril burst out from the center and loomed over them, tilting oddly. Scraps of hair, of all different colors, ran down the length of the neck and barely covered the emerging spinal columns. The numerous ones that there were. It was a patchwork of bone, hair and skin. Ritska felt the bile rise in the back of his throat, very nearly cupping his hands as he staggered back at the sight of it. How could he somehow get used to seeing something like this? How could someone even? It twisted about, looking right at him. Or rather, the 100 eyes which lined the face looked right at him, blinking in intervals and focusing. The mouth of thousands of teeth. None of it was right. None of it was natural. It was just hideous, revolting, even. A vile appearance, I cannot say I have beheld. Seriously. Was that all Avenger could say? How could he sound so calm about this? And yet your form matches your nature, perhaps you are indeed an honest abomination. It shall make it all the more fitting when you burn under the weight of your gluttony, vile one. The rumbling laughter, the dozen mouths, they opened and released sounds almost like screams forced into cackles. Ritska took a step back, staring up. It was awful. But, was this what Gwendolyn had? Was this the monster that found him alone there? His hands formed fists and his eyes hardened. He was only human, at the end of the day. He and Aldrich both. So perhaps he could be forgiven for being a little on edge. Squaring his shoulders, he narrowed his eyes at the mass and noticed something important. The room was still pungent and wet, but the walls had been very nearly stripped clean. Layers of stomach acid and sludge under his feet barely came up to the edge of his shoes now. Which meant that Aldrich had drawn everything into this disgusting shape. So, what they saw was what they got. All right, cook him, Ritska told Avenger. And Avenger howled with a gleeful laughter. It seems you are embracing a vicious streak, master. Careful that you are not so drunk with your deeds that you lose sight of it all. Was that a warning? Probably. But Ritska wasn't doing it to be vicious. Aldrich had no protection under him, and the longer he spent on a ground that was burning him, then the slower he would be moving. The hands of Avenger slammed into the stone and flames streamed across the floor right towards the underside of the servant. In an instant, the howls and shrieks tore through the room and bounced around him. The mass wriggled and swung out randomly to peel itself away from the scorching floor. Stop his escape. Ritska pointed across and Stolgina was there in a heartbeat, axe already swinging. It thundered with a mighty clang. The shield, now covered in grime and filth, appeared in the path of the axe and took the brunt of the blow, but he saw Aldrich shudder a moment from it. That was fine though. Tendrils snaked out and shot all around, coiling into the stone and into the air above. The great worming creature pulled itself off the ground and shrieked with a wailing noise. Avenger calling this hell never sounded more right. It was a noise that could only be made there. But it was drawing itself away from the flames, and that was what he focused on first. He pointed up into the chains around them, sending his message through to Stolgina as she backed away and then threw herself upwards, hands snatching out a dozen chains at once and then yanking down with all her might. Links snapped and rattled, the mess of tangled metal rested in her palm, and then she threw them. It was akin to a net or perhaps a mess. But it flopped over Aldrich and did what he imagined it would do. It started to sink into him. Give him a shock. And that was precisely what she did. Hitting the ground, she raised her axe and then let out a loud huff. This will teach you for terrifying my subordinate. Wait, what? With an axe alight with golden sparks, she slammed it down into the edge of the chains. Howling rage and pain came next. The sparks traveled right up the chains and into the mess of Aldrich themselves. The body rolled backwards and tendrils of sharpened bone sprung forth and swung about wildly. But he saw them coming. As did Stolgina. She swung out with wide and powerful swings, rending the limbs away from the body with each blow of the axe before sweeping above and striking it again. Ritska narrowed his eyes at the blow this time. She tore away a large chunk but, the body seemed to reform. No, it wasn't all that solid, so the impact was lessened or something like that. So it was fire and electricity that were the keys. Avenger. Burn the chains. Aldrich showed an ounce of sense in that moment and roared. The mouths opened wide and the body split apart, revealing rows upon rows of sharpened and mangled ribs turned into fangs. It lunged out towards them all. Avenger unleashed another curtain of flames which sent them recoiling. Both of you now. A combined attack felt like the way to go. Stolgina, once more, slammed the axe onto one side of the chains at the same time Avenger took hold of another. Fire and lightning rocketed up the length of the old rusted metal and right into the body of Aldrich. Howling and roaring, they swung out blinding and hurled forth spikes and tendrils in all directions, perhaps trying to escape. But there was no escape. Light smashed into the back of their head. Ritska jolted as a scorched mass tore its way through the mound of flash that served as a head and splattered burnt gore over the floor. He stumbled back and out of the way of the mark, then looked up as further streams of white-hot light burst through the body. From above, it seemed to come from nowhere. Moments passed as the body was blasted from all sides under a concentrated barrage. And then, see if your gluttonous nature can consume even these flames, wretch. Avenger brought his hands together and hurled them forth. A singular stream of fire and sapphire blue light crossed the distance and slammed into Aldrich. They were flung backwards and flat against the wall as the attacks continued. Without end they tore away at the mass of flesh one after another. Ritska was unsure how long it lasted, but the display was almost pitiable. He just watched as the struggles turned weaker and almost frantic. He wanted it to be over already. He really couldn't do it. Just enough already. It was almost like a plea. So quiet he barely noticed it at all. When Aldrich finally stopped moving, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes turned to the door. Mercedes stood with Shizuko in hand, the diminutive girl with her fingers aglow with that same white-hot light. Ritska blinked a few times. Well, at least he didn't need to worry about her. Even Mercedes looked a bit stumped. Then Shizuko fell back into her grip and released a muffled huff of exertion. Ritska glanced at the mess, then across to Avenger, meeting his gaze. Avenger looked back with some strange expression. He didn't know what it was. He could think about it all later. They're here. But of course they are. Why would he ever think anything else? Of all the places. HMPH. Fate, it seems, is a fickle thing. But a reunion is fine. Rather, he looks forward to it. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 12. It is merely my opinion that this warrants further discussion. Because the last 10 minutes worth of discussion apparently didn't count. Ritska kept that particular thought to himself and gave a non-committal hum. Even as he did that, he was fully aware of what the reaction would be. Which was why he was far from surprised when Stolgina seemed to sputter for a brief moment before finding herself and leveling him with a rather flat gaze. Her arms folded over and the room was filled with the rapid metallic thudding of her quick tapping finger. I mean, she did heal me before, remember? It felt like dredging up an old argument when he said it. She waved a hand around. There's a small difference between healing you and then calling upon the strength of lords to smite our enemies with no more than a handful of salvos. Especially when her foe is of the magnitude of a Lord of Cinder. A brief pause, then she huffed. Whether or not he was deprived of his wits. Yeah, but aside from calling down the beams of death from somewhere. Stolgina didn't look like she appreciated his casual naming. In fairness, it was either beams of death or the rain of light. Only one of those got across how serious it was. Which was why he'd picked the other. Made it look like he wasn't giving it as much thought as he actually was in all fairness, he found himself not all that shocked by the revelation that Shizuko could actually kick some serious butt if she needed to. It wasn't like she was ever really hiding the fact she was powerful, was she? Stolgina stared at him blankly. She has been in our company for several encounters now and remained no more than an idle observer for them until this instance in which she spontaneously displays a sudden burst of incredible proficiency in the art of. That was strange. She looked a little lost for words there, especially as she cast a wary eye onto the small girl currently nestled at his side and seemingly detached from the conversation that related to her. I would hesitate to call those even miracles. That sounded loaded. He even felt Shizuko twitch ever so slightly at the mention of the word. And he could definitely hear the capitalization there. The same sort that was spoken of when in reference to a certain other group of individuals. Well, I'm just going to be thankful that she did what she did when she did it. Besides, not to be rude to her, but I think it's for the best that she sticks away from combat. He jerked his head, thinking of all the other battles they had thus far. Stolgina wouldn't have been there for Calamate, thankfully, but the fighting had been close range and very rapid. There wasn't a lot of room for retreats or for long-distance fighting in an enclosed hall. If someone gets past you and gets close to her, saying any more was not needed. It was clear that his arguments were having some effect from the way Stolgina's brow pinched and her frown deepened. Eyes sliding away from the two of them and off to the side with some clear displeasure. I am merely suggesting that our previous engagements might well have taken less time if we had her assistance in a more direct manner. Especially as time is hardly an ally in our current situation. Ritsuko stopped for a moment as he thought about her words. Hardly as though she was wrong, but at the same time, there was nothing forcing Shizuko to fight for him. It wasn't like he had summoned her. They just met one another and then that was that. He was content with her being around and taking care of her in the little ways that mattered. As far as he was concerned, her being there to just listen to him and speak was already a contribution enough. We've managed so far, sir. Ritsuko replied back softly, resting his hand atop Shizuko's head and giving it a small pat as he looked towards Stolgina. And I have faith that both you and Avenger are more than enough for us to fight whomever else we might come across. It wasn't like we weren't beating Aldrich towards the end. Stolgina flushed a little, only a little, and then coughed as she jabbed a finger. I know how strong I am and how capable I can be, but I am hardly infallible. If you will not make an immediate choice, I understand. Her skills as a combatant are clearly limited despite the power she has demonstrated. With a sigh, she lowered her hand. All I am asking is for you to at least entertain the notion of calling upon her for less healing-related matters if the situation becomes dire. That would depend on Shizuko herself. Seeing as how she has been with us for a short time and seemingly cares so much, one would at least hope she could repay this kindness with frequent displays of her might when it is proven useful. That sounded like it was a little guilt-tripping. Ritsuko frowned. I'm fine with her helping in the little ways that she is right now. This is your life, our combined freedom, that is being discussed here. She swirled a hand around the room. I know that, but even still. He glanced down as Shizuko shuffled a little and started to pull away from him. With some shaky movements she slowly stood up and started to hobble away. Yet even as he moved to help her, she still raised a hand right into his face and showed the flat of her palm. A clear sign if ever there was one. He stopped and pulled back. She stumbled back towards the bed and set herself down on the frame with a dull metal echo. Mercedes was quick to sit by her side and assist her. Ritsuko sent a pointed look the way of Stolgina as he stood up, walking towards her and dropping his voice into a whisper. I know that she could probably be a big help, but there is also a reason she hasn't done anything until now. I will ask her about it, but a person who is reluctant to fight isn't going to be the best help out there. She can heal well enough, so that would at least free me for using other mystic codes, wouldn't it? Stolgina didn't spend long debating his words before giving a nod of the head. Her expression softened. Your compassion remains a strength, as expected, but remember that this is also your life. I was fine with protecting her when I thought she could do very little under her own power, but her strength was that of a divine spirit of no small renown. He stiffened for a moment, then thinned his lips. That wasn't as big a surprise as he imagined it should have been. How strong. I do not believe she is a god, but perhaps a demigod or one blessed by them. A demigod then. Her physical similarities with some of the other gods in Chaldea was starting to become all the more striking. Especially with a certain goddess of fortune. No, that didn't matter to him at the moment, not really. All the same, he said softly, I know we can handle this, without getting overconfident. We've done pretty good so far. Stolgina grumbled something under her breath which sounded like an agreement to him. That was good enough. Then, are you all right? It was a question he wasn't expecting. Especially when spoken in a low tone. Stolgina met his eyes with a flicker of worry in them. Even if he was a fiend at heart, I understand that you are still troubled when it comes to slaying those with the faces of allies. Though I would hardly present him as such before anyone of noble stature. Was she trying to lessen the blow? Ritsuko folded his arms and kept silent. It had given him some time to think about and he found himself unchanged. I think him being more rabid made it easier. He admitted, there wasn't really a chance for discussion, was there? Or at least he didn't need to listen to someone talk and explain their reasons and motivations. It was like fighting a rabid animal. But now though, ... I guess I also feel a bit strange. Stolgina cocked a brow. He remains at Chaldea even now. What we fought was perhaps no more than some cast-off essence in another class. A berserker, I should think. That had been his thought as well. ... No, it's not that. He raised his head. I think I would have preferred it if he did speak. Ritska could have had his back to her and he still would have been able to feel the dumbfounded expression he was leveled with. Stolgina looked absolutely baffled by what he had just said, and it was such an expression that he almost laughed at her. Especially with how wide her eyes were. A bit like a bug, actually. You, what? Ritska shrugged. I don't like that it felt easy. He cringed. That didn't sound like what he was trying to say. No, I mean, everyone else I could speak with. I guess. I came to understand why we were fighting and what they were fighting for, but Aldrich just attacked me and I could guess, but. With a sigh, he leaned back and looked up. ... I guess I just wanted to know why he wanted to do what he did. ... You wanted to know why a cannibal tried to eat you. Ritska snorted at the dry tone her voice held. When you say it like that it sounds rather stupid, doesn't it? Stolgina grunted, his eyes dropped back to her as she scrunched up her face. It is not the most sensible thing in the world to say. That sounded like it was her trying to ease him into accepting it. But he didn't. I like talking with people, even if we are enemies. He couldn't help it. And he wouldn't deny it. I guess it's just something I like doing. So even if we were going to fight at the end, I'd still like to hold a conversation so I can at least say why we are fighting. He waved his hand when it looked like she was going to speak again, probably to point out the same argument as before. Yes, I know that asking why a cannibal would try and eat me sounds silly, but I don't think it was just for that reason alone that he started all of this, or maybe it was. I guess I'd have liked to know with some certainty. Whatever could you want that for? She grimaced. Ritska thinned his lips, then turned his head. If you're going to fight someone, shouldn't you at least know something about them? She went a bit quiet at that. In fairness, it might have been a strange thing for someone to say, but it just made perfect sense to him. Letting someone talk, even letting them monologue at him, let him understand them a little bit more. Maybe he knew sometimes that there was no talking out of it, but he just wanted to listen to them anyway because it felt like the right sort of thing to do. Someone was talking, so you let them talk and talk back. Violence might follow, but he didn't think that made the conversation worthless. He had some good conversations with people who he ended up fighting at the end. He knew that director had as well. And, well, I feel like it is wrong somehow. Stolgina furrowed her brows. In what sense do you mean? Yeah, he could see why she might be confused. He wasn't very good at explaining this. Heck, he didn't even know how he was going to explain it himself. Raising his hand and rubbing the back of his neck while the other found a home on his hips, he drew in a breath and then let it out. Nothing else for it. ... I don't like how it gets easy to try and ignore it when someone acts like that. Insane. Ritska pursed his lips. Something like that, yeah. We fight and then you can turn around and say it had to be done because they were crazy or they weren't going to do anything because they were mad or any other reason. He looked her in the eyes and shrugged. I don't want it to feel easier. Something twitched in her eyes. He wasn't sure if he was mistaken or not, but her expression turned blank. Seconds ticked past and she gave him that unblinking gaze. ... Would you prefer the guilt? Would he? ... Yes. Ritska nodded his head slowly. I think I would. Because he thought of servants as just people who did incredible things. But they were standing in front of him, making their own choices and doing what they wanted. He had seen them act as if there was nothing at all strange or make friendships with one another despite being separated by worlds and centuries. It was hard to dismiss any of that. No, it was impossible to dismiss it. They all died long ago, Fujimaru. She worded it like she was speaking to a child. And oh yes, he understood the logic behind it all. He just chose to ignore it. And a few days ago I was talking with Emperor Nero. Cocking a brow, he let himself smirk a little. She seemed pretty spry for a dead person, didn't she? With a huff, Stolgina rolled her eyes. That is not what I meant, and I am certain you were merely teasing me, or making an effort to do so, just now with that comment. The fact of the matter is that their lives as a whole are contingent on the existence of a master to support them, or an anchor. Without either of those, they shall die. Ritsuka nodded his head. And I would die without water. Or food. That is hardly the same. Why not? He asked. Everyone needs something to live. Why should I think of them any differently just because their needs are a touch different from mine? Without food they starve to death. She rubbed her chin and gave him a long look, eyes squinted. Perhaps it is for this reason you attract so many servants to your side, and for that reason still that so many of them reveal themselves to be peculiar. Or sick in the mind. That made it sound like he had a type, didn't it? With a shudder, he turned his head off to the side. And yet I find myself in agreement with your words. He blinked and turned once more. With that rather sudden intrusion in the conversation, Avenger announced himself back into the cell. For I too found myself wishing deeply that this man could truly unleash his deepest gluttony for all the world to hear. He cocked a brow at the grin on Avenger's face. How come? Is it not obvious, Master? Avenger sounded shocked that he even asked it in the first place. A man such as he, who consumed not just the flesh but the very soul itself. What words could such a man have as he set his eyes upon his latest victim? Such a creature indeed, his gluttony is boundless and his goals must have surely been as grand to bring about such a deep hunger. He is a lord of cinder. But that wasn't quite right either, as there were some mysteries about Aldrich that he did not quite know. Namely, what on earth led someone who tried to bring about an era of dark, if his attempt in Rome was any indication, to link the flame. That sounded like the opposite of his goals. Ah, you see in part, do you? Avenger cackled, apparently seeing something in his expression that he found pleasing. Honestly, he was more baffled about what he had apparently given Avenger. Lord of Cinder. A fitting term indeed for one who is turned to naught but ash under the weight of my flames, but that does pose a curious point, does it not? A path of godhood and sacrifice. An act of utter selflessness in principle, so for what purpose would a man of such gluttony have for such a thing? He couldn't think of one. Not really. Are you really that interested in Aldrich? Avenger blinked at him, then furrowed his brows and closed his eyes, a look of thought flashed over his face. Am I interested in him? A curious thing for you to say given my words, but indeed, it might be little more than a passing fancy of his legend which caught my eyes and ears and left me intrigued. I would not make such a comment that I hold his legend in some deep regard now, merely a whim. Opening his eyes, Avenger gave a single confident nod of the head. A whim indeed. Yet what would I say about a man who cast aside everything for his gluttony until it defined his very nature? Who could reach such heights that not even the gods themselves were immune to his appetites? When put like that, he does sound like he has a lot of determination, doesn't he? Avenger's eyes flashed, his grin split over his lips. Indeed, for however cruel or vile his methods, he was a man of great determination and strength. To endure all that he could to reach the heights that he set for himself, if for no other reason, that is worthy of acclaim. His appetite was true and pure. Pure, huh? Well, that was quite right, wasn't it? Aldrich did not hide it about himself, such that everyone eventually knew what he was, as he heard of it. It was no secret what Aldrich was and what he did, and yet somehow people followed him all the same. Maybe it wasn't weird of him to be curious or interested in someone like that. Or maybe it was. I thought you would have had something else to say about him. Avenger blinked and looked at him. Oh, what words would you suppose that I would share? Ritsuka shrugged. He is also a saint, like Jean. I thought you would have spoken for something of salvation. Salvation for his flock, perhaps, but he does not promise it for all. Those who walked in his shadow were those he found worthy of salvation. Those who rejected him were to be food for those under it. A more honest approach and without a claim for blanketed love. He blinked at that. As far as answers went, it sounded reasonable enough. It also sounded rather human as well. Was that why Avenger thought it was more appealing, or maybe it was why he didn't hate it as much? Is it because it just shows he's a guy with a bias? Naturally, Master. He might have been lauded as a saint by his followers, but that is indeed the point. They were the followers that he chose and he elevated. They succumbed to his power and he used them as his greed demanded. His claim to sainthood is nothing more than a title he took for himself, rather than having it thrust upon him. Avenger offered a small turn of the head. It is, indeed, so very human of him and there is no claim to be beyond. His passions and his sins remain as part of his sainthood now as they did before. He does not reject his desires, nor consider them beneath his station. Rather, it is because of his greed that he has his station. That sounded like a rather long explanation. He thought about it for a second and tried to summarize. Yeah, Avenger liked making this complicated as well. So you approve of him because he made himself a saint out of gluttony. That was what he got out of it. Avenger tilted his head. Approve of. A strange choice of words, but perhaps fitting. I do not reject his title or his salvation. Rather, I acknowledge they are indeed true and flawed, as are humans. It is no pretender for some noble goal, nor an effort to bury the true nature. His is a virtue that extols greed. Ah, now he was making sense of it. Huh. Avenger really was still hung up on Jean not accepting any anger, wasn't he? If Jean did get angry. You will not sway my opinion with hypotheticals. The truth is merely what we see, and what I see is a foolish and vile woman. Well, all right then. At least he could say he tried, but he did understand Avenger a little more. Avenger, and perhaps a bit more about Aldrich without even needing to speak with him about it. Yet all the same, he did think he wished to speak about it with them. Out. It was less of a snarl and more of a growl. It boiled up in the throat and burst out as though it would soon be followed by foam or blood. Perhaps even venom as well. His eyes flicked towards the spittle which was hurled from the mouth, merely to see in some morbidly curious way if the points where they made landfall would sizzle. Alas, after a few seconds of staring, he felt only disappointment at the lack of melting steel. Pity. Yet it was clear that Gwendolyn was very quickly losing whatever grace of patience and goodwill they had, and he could see the lights flickering around them, the aura of divinity skyrocketing. It was as oppressive as the god could make it, but he maintained a thin smile and stepped back with his hands raised in a show of surrender. I merely. He leaned to the side and glanced over his shoulder, cocking a brow as the arrow buried itself in the wall right to the feathers. Turning back and feeling a punch into his chest right above his heart, a stumble and a grunt as he fell back with a flash of pain. The tightness and feeling of pain had him step further backwards to avoid the next arrow, which had certainly been aimed for his head. That was if the bow had not been slapped aside and sent it widely off course. There was a certain irony in having his life saved by this person. Although it was a short-lived victory. A stray arrow could harm Ritska. The Ashen One chided, then immediately released the bow and advanced on him with sword drawn. This is much quicker and cleaner. His brows shot up and he raised his hands fully in surrender, though feeling no less out of danger than moments prior. Now, I would have thought you would be curious as to why I would come here and risk injury. There was no hesitation as the Ashen One swung down. Stop. And a voice cut in. Right in the nick of time as well. He could feel the metal of the sword kissing his neck, mere hairs from biting into flesh with the intent of removing it. Aldrich lowered his eyes down and found his gaze lingering on the sword, the pulsing sensation of bound souls running through it. He glanced back up and into the rather merciless green eyes of his killer. He tilted his head and waited for them to remove the sword at the behest of the one who held his leash at the moment. Yet there was no further command to remove the sword. It seemed as though he would need to talk while being threatened. How quaint. Aldrich glanced over towards the white-haired woman. She met his gaze with no small amount of disdain. I will not have you cutting off heads in here without good reason. Oh, was what her only qualm with the summary execution. What charming people. Might I have a chance to? Shut up. Aldrich gave her an indulgent smile as she snapped at him, not far removed in appearance from a small dog. I'm thinking. She dragged the words out and cupped her chin, turning her head rather slowly and letting the silence remain his only ally. On that front, eyes across the room were divided between him, barely even a few steps through the door, and the frothing at the mouth Gwendolyn and Ashen one who was a mere twitch from trying to take his head off. All while the master of the hour was lying face up and in a coma. I will not hear of thoughts with this vile thing to burden our senses. Gwendolyn seethed with hatred, thrusting a finger at him while the other hand remained very pointedly holding his bow. Perhaps if it wasn't trembling, he would have been more sure of the threat of the god. Oh well, his words should be no more welcome than knives in our backs. Take his head before he spreads his poison. And didn't those words sound tempting? He could see the appeal on the faces of all those who currently held his fate in their hands. His arms lowered back down and he allowed a frown to come over his face, not that he truly felt like making one. I am certain that this is indeed what your master would want as he lies weakened. His senses robbed of him and he shall return to find infighting and slaughter. Quite the example you set for him. Silence, creature. But it was not Gwendolyn he spoke to, nor was it the Ashen one. His eyes remained fixed on the woman who looked decidedly less unsure. There was a chance indeed to have me gone, and that was upon my first summoning. Unless he, his eyes jerked to the boy, wishes me no more than a memory, then what respect might you have for your subordinate's judgment if as soon as he is indisposed, you subvert it? A brief twitch, but enough was said. He won. Speak quickly and then go. Even those brief words sounded forced. You what? Gwendolyn was incensed. You mean to entreat with this? Entreat with or not, he marched down here with the full knowledge no one wanted to speak with him. She snapped back and silenced the god. And I will not allow personal bias to cloud my eyes when there is a very real danger. Oh, she was back to looking at him again. And dear him. Were those not some bloodthirsty eyes that leveled a clear promise? I understand my role is tenuous, thus I shall not force you to endure me longer than needed. The blade was still very much on his neck. It is merely that I am of the impression the boy has just had an encounter with me, or rather, a version of me. Ah, yes. Now those were the faces he wanted to see. The woman leaned forwards first, eyes blazing. Elaborate. Aldrich let himself a thin smile. You see, I've just found myself waking from a very curious dream. A cold and dark place indeed with a man of blue fire, a woman with your face and, for the strangest of reasons, a certain master. Now he could clearly see that they were more interested in his words. Then talk quickly. Yes, he could feel rather clearly that time was not on his side for a more casual conversation. Eyeing the blade at his neck pointedly, he did not doubt that any effort to move away from it would merely see the sword follow him. As I am sure you are aware, the faculties of divine spirits, such as myself, were less concerned with the trouble of recalling different summonings and our interactions. Not that there are a lack of problems, but merely that the information is easier to gain hold of. They were clearly with him thus far. Now, with my own talent for dreams, I appear to have called upon the distant memories of another version of myself, albeit less sane, but he was engaged in a rather hostile battle with a man who could throw bolts of blue flames. He offered a faint shrug. Though I do apologize that the information I offer is limited, there was evidence of others being present, but it were those two alone who sprung to the forefront, at least until the moment of death. His eyes sharpened, whereupon there was the strangest of sensations, that of divinity. I believe that our master is not simply trapped with this cackling man, but also with another divine spirit. Their goals are not quite known, nor was the reason this version of me opposed them. It was merely that he lacked context. He could think of a variety of reasons for it, but none could be confirmed. Glances were traded about the room, then back to him. Fine. Go. No sense in dawdling. With a bow and a sharp smile, he stepped back and out of range of the blade which remained very much pointed at his throat. Such a rude bunch. And he was trying so hard to be friendly with them as well. The sword remained up until he was out of sight. Even then, he allowed a few more seconds until the feeling retreated. Lowering the blade down, he turned and faced Olga, suspecting she would ask for confirmation. There was certainly the look in her eye. Well, ... Aldrich does not lie when he speaks of his proficiency in dreaming. It functions as a form of clairvoyance, but I am unaware of the specifics for it or the triggers. Not even of its limitations, merely that it exists and that he does have it. Olga turned her head. But there was something else Ash caught on. Aldrich, or a version of him, fought Ritska and Avenger at once. Romani caught his words and let out a soft sigh, nodding his head and glancing away for a brief moment. But only for a moment. If and that is a very big if Aldrich is telling the truth here, then yes, it does sound as if Fujimaru-kun and Avenger would be working together. But he also made mention of other people as well, a feeling of divinity. Romani looked back at him, frown deeper on his lips. Ash was starting to share the look. There was quite a bit here that he was not certain on. We shall take his words with large handfuls of salt, Olga announced, cutting her way back into the conversation. But we will not dismiss them. For now, we can assume that Fujimaru and Avenger are definitely within the same place as one another and that they are the same Avenger we encountered during the tower, unless we know of any other servants who can hurl blue flames around and laugh obnoxiously. There were none and they all knew it. Ash glanced pointedly at Stahl. What of them? Aldrich made no mention of them. His vision, if it could be called that, was something he claimed was spotty at best, and we know that Stahl is contracted with Fujimaru at the moment. Olga gestured to the golem. Until I have reason to suspect otherwise, we shall keep them as they are for the time being. As for what this vision means, I do not think we can change much in our approach. No, there was little they could change. But he knew that from the beginning. He found his thoughts more on Avenger than anything else here. The mystery of the servant grew deeper and deeper, and yet, there was almost no other answer at all. Avenger was helping them. Or, at the very least, rendering assistance. That was what he would maintain for the time being until he had reason to believe otherwise. He would follow the words of Nobunaga. He would trust his gut in this situation. Ritsuka sat himself beside her slowly, shuffling back until he was leaned against the wall. I think I'm getting used to this cell, you know. Mercedes gave a small tilt of the head at him, brow raised in surprise. Ritsuka was sure his next words would have earned a loud snort from Nud, had they been here. Maybe he was spending too much time with them. The mold especially, it really grows on you after a while. Mercedes interrupted him with a soft giggle, hand covering her mouth. You don't think so? Ritsuka chuckled to himself, raising a knee and resting his arm atop it. I hope the mold doesn't take it prison ally. Further giggles as she gave him a playful nudge on the arm with her elbow. The two of them remained there for a brief moment. Seeing her laugh and look more at ease was definitely something that made this better. But really, how are you doing? I know it won't be long until we're out of here. Until you're out of here. Ritsuka looked down at her at the correction. The smile on his lips remained even as his eyes felt like they were dimming. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. Correcting her with a nudge of his own, but she was no longer looking at him. You're going to be getting out of here as well, you know. Can't really have a great escape if it's just me and her busting out. I'd feel a bit sad if my first prison break didn't end with a complete set. Mercedes only let out another soft chuckle, turning her eyes onto him. There was something about that gaze he found unappealing. Like she was preparing to say something he wouldn't like. I'm not sure that I can be such a soul to escape as you can. I've heard enough to put some of the pieces together myself. Her voice was somber. She leaned back and glanced up to the ceiling. You, Avenger, Stolgina as well. Even Shizuko, you're also extraordinary as people. Like nothing about you feels real in the least, and yet I can stand here and touch you, speak with you, and you do the same to me. Then she sighed. But this place, this prison, it gathers up wayward souls and traps them here. Heroic spirits or divine spirits or even lost souls like you, but I think you have something to go back to when it all ends. Hey. Ritsuka shuffled closer to her, bringing up his other leg and placing his hand on it. You have something to return to as well. Even if you can't remember it, you're a really gentle person, Mercedes. I bet that there is something and someone waiting for you back home. Wherever and whenever that might be. He was certain of it. Without a doubt. Seeing the care she treated Shizuko with, it was impossible for that to be anything other than muscle memory. Which implied she was accustomed to caring for people. It's probably just some really rotten luck that got you here, and as soon as we get out you'll be right the way back home. See. Mercedes' eyes were glistening, she rubbed the underside of them with a wet chuckle. Even your confidence does not feel all that real to me, that even in this dark place you can find the time to give me such warm words. I don't think I'm saying anything particularly noteworthy. Ritsuka let out a sigh, not compared to you at least. At that, she definitely looked a little shocked. As though she hadn't expected anyone to pick up on it. What? Did she think that he had been only thinking of himself during all of this? Not at all. Even when you're scared, you're the first one there to take care of Shizuko, sitting down and asking me all sorts of questions about Chaldea or anything else. Heck, you even give him some nice words of comfort as well, even when it would probably not appeal to very many others. Avenger did not react to being pointed at, or even give much of a response at all, like he had heard a single thing they were saying. But Ritsuka was sure he heard all the same. Mercedes, meanwhile, formed a thin blush on her cheeks as he spoke further and further on, opening her mouth to say something. He was already talking over her, anticipating it as a denial. People say actions speak louder than words. Anyone can offer up some words during a crisis, but they don't always mean them. You. He chuckled, pointing at her. You've really gone and showed everyone the type of person you are. Talking about how it doesn't feel real to you. What about me? Gesturing to himself next, he released an incredulous huff. Trapped in what might have been actual hell with Avenger as my only company, and, no offense to him, but he's not exactly a small talk sort of guy, and then we come across Shizuko and you. Not that I want you to be trapped here with me, but I'm glad that the person I'm trapped here with is someone like you. He leaned forwards, folding his arms over his chest and looked down. The luck seemed almost unreal. Day in and day out of hearing ghosts and spirits. Monsters that wanted nothing more than to rip him apart at the joints. All of the fighting old friends and people he might meet in the future. All of that. I think I'm the one looking at someone from a storybook, to be honest. He glanced up at her, offering a thin but true smile. It was something that needed saying, he felt. Just so Mercedes understood how much she really had gone and helped him, not even with talking, but just by being there and keeping him sane. You're an amazing person, Mercedes, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise. Especially not you. With a playful frown, he pointed right at her. Don't let yourself talk bad about yourself. Mercedes was quiet, but quickly turned her head away. It was frightful how fast she could be when she really wanted to move. In one moment she had been facing him, and in the next he was staring at the back of her head, spinning her body around further and seated cross-legged away from him. Ritsuka blinked and glanced just past her, over to where Shizuko had turned her head to the both of them. There was a wry smile on her lips, but it gradually softened as the seconds ticked past, then she gave a slow nod of the head. He assumed she must have been blushing up a storm then, probably from the way he had been talking. Maybe it had been laid on a little thick, but hearing her put herself down bothered him. A sniffle had his ears twitch. He glanced to the left and saw her head hang a little lower, shoulders trembling. He did not say anything, merely moved a bit further along and closer to her, then rested a hand on her shoulder. It was a slow movement, long enough that she could feel him long before he touched her, but she did not recoil or even stiffen at his touch. She just sat there and continued to sniffle away, all while he kept a hand on her shoulder and smiled at the back of her head. Mercedes, whatever her name might have truly been, was a good person. When you get your memories back, Ritsuka whispered, I think we should introduce ourselves properly to one another. Another quiet sniffle, then a wet laugh and a nod of the head. I would like that, but how can you? I can't be sure, Ritsuka admitted, but was already aware of the grin on his face as he turned his head across the room. meeting the eyes of a person who had tried and failed to appear as though he wasn't listening in on the conversation. But I just need to wait and hope. Avenger sharply turned his head and avoided his gaze. Hey, too late though. Ritska had seen that ghost of a smile on the face of the servant. Nothing like his usual smiles though, this one suited him much more. Mercedes wiped her eyes. It had taken her some moments to calm herself, but it had been such a rush of emotions for her. All at once, that swirling knot in her gut had come undone and she could not contain herself. How could someone possibly say such things to her in such a time as this? He had flipped everything she said around and complimented her, decrying her as the figure of gentle confidence that she thought him to be. What way could she react beyond tears? A woman who did not even know her own name and could do nothing more than be in the room and feed off their kindness, and she was praised for it. Praised for doing her bit to ensure they were at least comforted. Nothing felt as though she was doing a special task. It was all to keep her own nerves at bay, and yet. Perhaps that was equally true of him. The mere thought brought a smile to her lips as she realized the humor of it all. He was doing exactly what she had been doing, and perhaps he knew that, they both knew it. Showing kindness merely to remain kind. And it had been more than enough. Was it so complicated? No, she did not believe it was. He was just being nice, and she, in turn, could not help her own instincts. It was all she could truly remember about herself. Her eyes slid towards the direction she could feel the burning gaze from, and she caught it just before it dashed away to the side. Her gaze softened further, wiping yet more tears away as she caught his stare even as he tried to hide it. With a breath, she rose up and dusted herself down as best as she could manage, then strode across the length of the room towards him. He did not so much as twitch at her approach, but that was hardly a surprise. He was not the sort to turn and wave with a bright smile. Even if she was sure it might have suited him better than the scowls and maniacal grins he was so fond of giving. We are nearing the end, aren't we? We are. Avenger, she wished to know his real name, confirmed with a curt response, not turning to face her. Instead his focus lay beyond and to the cells outside. Such a sad thing it was to not speak with a man to his face, but that was fine in its own way. Have you enjoyed yourself, Avenger? He was silent at her words, then turned his head. Enjoyed myself? You ask such strange questions, woman. Is it? I feel as though you have laughed and laughed, but I sense little warmth in your heart, Avenger. Something that she could not explain, her eyes dropped. I am not ashamed to say that despite my fear, there are times when I have felt happiness in this place. Standing beside everyone even as I could not control my own fear, it was such a strange thing, but it was me alone, I can only guess for the others. Her eyes climbed back up, meeting his gaze. Avenger frowned deeper and deeper, waiting for her to finish. So I ask, perhaps a foolish question indeed, but I wish to know, have you enjoyed yourself, Avenger? To find joy here would make me a man of some most foul tastes, would it not? Perhaps, but I do not think being happy is something to feel ashamed of. He laughed at that, shaking his head and turning away. Mercedes found the laugh a cold and cruel thing, a sound more akin to torture for the man. Once more, I find myself astounded by the strange company, yet am I not the one to blame for enduring it? I could have ignored it still, were it not for the actions of Master, but I was the one who allowed him down the path. Perhaps it is my penance. Penance. Such a terrible word. Do you believe yourself worthy of this place, Avenger? The thought saddened her. He turned back, eyes sharper. Where once that answer might have been clear and pure, there is now cold darkness. Indeed, I am a cruel and vicious creature that can only call this place a home. There is nothing left of the man you think to see, woman. Do not harm yourself further with this foolishness. I am afraid it is quite impossible. Mercedes softened her voice. My instincts remain true, even now. To see the wounded, I must provide care, and I can see you with such a deep wound, Avenger, that I cannot help but care for you. Am I to be your patient then, doctor? He cocked a brow. Despite his words, he was not wrong. Doctor, he called her. Perhaps it was an apt term. Or perhaps it was not quite so grand. Who could say? Certainly not her. I am afraid this is indeed the case, but I wish for an answer. Have you enjoyed yourself, Avenger? He did not speak further, instead he turned his back on her sharply. I cannot recall the taste of joy, nor the touch of mirth. I can no more feel the caress of bliss, nor the sound of laughter. Even as I laugh and mock, jeer and derided, you can see no more of the man below. My tastes are foul, and I stand in mockery of all that can be good and right in the world. I do not believe such things, Avenger. The words from earlier slipped out. Do not speak to yourself and be victim to your own poor words. Avenger stiffened, then released a low chuckle. Such a sound that she could scarcely hear it, save for the echo that followed. Then you are a doctor who has been infected by the words of my master. As if kindness were an illness to be caught, yet you shall be disappointed before this comes to an abrupt end, woman. This I can promise you. She could only shrug, unable to deny it. That might well be the case, Avenger, but even if you will not provide clear answers to me, I shall be honest with you. At the back of his head, where he could not see, she felt herself give a clear smile. Despite it all, I found myself enjoying your company. Even if I do find myself disappointed towards the end, do not find yourself in doubt for that for a moment. A most cruel and callous man you are at times, but I do not hate you. She raised a hand, and pressed it over her heart. For what manner of man could call himself such terrible things, yet give a woman the name of someone he held dear? And like that, Avenger went stiff and still. She doubted he was even breathing, but she had said her piece. I wish you would tell me your name, just as I wish to recall my own. No further words were shared, and she turned and strode back the way she had come. Passing Miss Stolgina and catching her bemused gaze, flashing her a smile as she received a nod of the head. Something that was approving and rather warm, gentle. A woman who cared for those beneath her command, even if her own heart was sometimes far from honest. But a kind soul. Ritska was lucky indeed to have such gentle figures. And perhaps, she was the lucky one as well. To have been trapped here with a man such as he, with friends such as his. Get up. Ritska turned his head, Avenger loomed over him. And he'd only just managed to start getting comfortable as well. That time again, huh? I could leave you to your cell, if you are so comforted with its cold embrace. With a wry chuckle, he pushed himself up to his feet. No, I suppose I can tragically part with the company for a little while. Rolling his shoulders until they popped, he glanced about the room and noted the others already starting to move as well. His eyes dropped onto Mercedes as she started to scoop up Shizuko. Was she coming with them? Her own eyes met his and she smiled. I can at least be behind you to offer some words of comfort, even if I can do no more. Thank you. It meant a lot to him. He turned back to Avenger and nodded his head. Then I suppose we're ready to go then, aren't we? As expected, there was no forthcoming response, the man merely turned around and started walking away without another word. Ritska chuckled and picked up the pace, falling into step alongside the servant and glancing around. These walks are getting less crowded as we move, aren't they? The souls of the damned keep their distance, Avenger replied, for they know that they achieve little more than shrieks. Not even the spirits of world crossers have come before us since the first. I do not doubt we have not seen the last of their ilk, but for now, we have our rest. Rest was good. Ritska liked the rest. I don't suppose you'd have much to say on the next judge we're going to come face to face with, right? Avenger let out a low rumble. So curious you are. Would you wish for my words or are you content to live with surprise? I get the feeling you'll tell me just to see the reaction. Then you are learning indeed. Avenger did not sound especially proud, but he didn't sound mocking either. The next judge we face is a rather tough one. To lower your guard for even a moment shall spell your death. A foe of terrible greed. Ritska blinked. Wait, what? Greed. But Aldrich. Gluttony. He stopped and stared. Gluttony. Yes. But a man is not defined so easily by one single trait, such as Aldrich, he could be both gluttonous and greedy. Well, Ritska definitely understood that much. So, he could have been. the avatar of greed just as easily as he was one of gluttony. Yet perhaps the two of them crossed into one another. A strange thing indeed, if that were to be the case. The man is the greed, and the means are the gluttony. The means. Ooh, now he got it. So the aldrich back there was nothing more than his stomach, just the endless hunger, but the actual greed comes from the man himself. I get what you're saying. Avenger nodded. Such is true. Had he his wits about him, the creature we fought would not have been the avatar of gluttony, but of greed instead. Yet what we are to fight is not the man whom I speak. This is another being, whose hunger would consume that of the whole world if it could. Ritska thinned his lips. Sounds troubling. Another nod of the head. Then you were wise enough to heed my warnings. As I have said, this next foe is beyond those of the past. Even that foolish holy maiden could not hope to best his greed. Something about those words sounded like praise. Yes, it was definitely praise. Do you like this guy? Avenger stopped walking for a brief moment, then resumed a second later. It was enough of a hesitation for Ritska to notice. Do I? A strange thing to ask, but his drive is human and his desires equally so. Ultimately, his wish is a deeply greedy one that is selfish in nature, but masquerades as selflessness. Do I like him? I cannot say, but I find his existence to be amusing. Especially as his is a greed that shall go unrealized. Yeah, he should have seen that coming. Really, he should have. Another turned corner brought them to the familiar doors. Just as with Aldrich, his is a greed that is worthy of acclaim. Ritska snorted. It sounds like you have a type or something. Glancing back, he met the eyes of the servant for a brief second. I shall not deny that my praise is linked to those with grander ambitions, but that is because when they burn, their desires set a greater flame. For what other reason could there be to praise them? Keep this guy away from egomaniacs, was what Ritska heard there. You ever heard of a guy called Sullivan? He spoke, moving to the door and pressing his hands against it. I get the feeling you'd want to talk to him, given the way you speak of others. The half-man who remained tortured from his past and could not unshackle himself from his fears. Yes, I know of him, perhaps you are indeed right. Another time you might tell me of this person and I might laugh at his failures. Ritska chuckled again as he pushed. Not because of Avenger's comment. But merely because of how casual it was. It's a date. Ritska grinned, hearing the groan of Stoljina from behind them. What? He was keeping himself sane as best he. The door buckled inwards and he stumbled inside, catching himself before he could fall and standing right up. Whereupon he met a very familiar face. Ah. Jean smiled back at him. Greetings once again, party of Chaldea. It seems our bond is not quite severed just yet. Such is indeed the case, holy maiden. Ritska snapped his eyes just to the left of her. Another man stepped forwards and out of the shadows. Similarly in the garb of a priest, with a red shroud around his shoulders and falling all the way down to his ankles. Almost as if he wore a cape. A priest in a cape. He looked young as well, about the same age as Ritska. Which was a bit of a shock. Tanned skin and pale hair, the man stepped forth once again and smiled gently. Welcome indeed, young man. Ritska snorted. Even Jean sent him a small side eye, like she hadn't quite heard him right. That was proof enough he needed to confirm something about them. He was definitely young. Not that any of it matters. He heard the growl before he felt the heat, taking a small step to the side as Avenger all but burst into the room, eyes glowing with fury. Yep. Apparently he wasn't happy to see Jean. Then again, that was apparently par for the course. Another wall is torn down, yet more remain in its place. Is there no end to this labyrinth? HMPH. But it feels closer than before. So much closer. They could not have navigated this maze alone. There are others with them. The creatures and wraiths are beyond their ability to handle. He must prepare. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.